Good morning, everyone. Can the parties confirm that they hear me clearly?
Confirm, please. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, yes.
Good morning, yes.
Morning, Ms. Mohan and Mr. Guevara. Right. Okay, thank you. I am Sparkle Kirk Salmon, presiding as the panel chair for today's hearing. With me is Ms. Valerie Kelsik and Reverend Joy Abdul Mohan. The hearing of this matter is set for today. Is the applicant and or a representative of the applicant present? Will you please indicate?
Yes, please. Good morning.
Could you state your name for the record?
I am Vishal Akidu. I'm the Law. I represent Cephei Energy, the applicant in this matter here today. Before me is one of the witnesses. This is Mr. Shazad Mohammed. If you don't mind, please, I also see on the link Mr. Michelle Guevara, who is a representative of Cephei Energy LLC, as well as Daryl Ragu, please.
Yes, Mr. Guevara has been admitted. He needs to turn his camera on though.
Mr. Guevara, if you may, please turn on your camera. Perfect.
Mr. Guevara, could you mute your mic? And Mr. Kalicharan as well. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kadu, for the representative of the respondent.
Good morning, ma'am. Should it please you, Leon Kalicharan, and I appear on behalf of the respondent. The respondent's representatives, client representatives here today are Rhonda Cummins and Nasali Smart. And there are three witnesses, Mr. Ramsaran, Ms. Hussein, and Ms. Mohan, who are also present.
Thank you very much. Can I hear the representative for the interested party? Is there a representative for the interested party?
Lydia, I don't happen to see the representative on the link.
I'm seeing Mr. Baldina. Mr. Pinson? Oscar, are you hearing us? We're not hearing you. You are muted.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Oscar Belandia. I'm interested party for Kaylex.
Yes, thank you very much. Are you the only
Thank you very
person
much.
present on the link? Mr. Sir, are you the only person present on the link for the interested party? Hello? Okay, before we proceed, I just want to go over the ground rules. Perhaps we can get the team to send Mr. The interested party a message because he doesn't seem to be hearing us.
Lady, is there any way to perhaps check if he's in the...
He is in the meeting. Yeah, text the message. I go through it. I wanted to hear the ground rules, so we will need to send him a message. We'll send him a message. Just give me a few minutes. Perhaps we could remove him and readmit him to the room. We will give him a minute more and then proceed. He doesn't come up. Okay. He's in the lobby now. Mr. Oscar Pinzon,
Yes, can you
are
hear
you
me?
hearing us? Yes,
Yes,
you're
yes,
hearing
I
us
can hear
clearly
you.
now?
Yes.
Right. The last thing I ask is there any other representative from the interested party on that is expected to appear today?
From Kaylex, I don't think so. It's myself only.
Thank you very much. I just needed to
Okay.
confirm. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank you very much for your patience, the applicant and the respondent. Let us go through now the rules for today, the ground rules. As before, please ensure that your microphone is muted unless you are the speaker. Remember to unmute your microphone when it is your turn to speak and do so directly into the microphone. You are to avoid disturbances close to the microphone, for instance, rust, paper, rumbling. You have to avoid interrupting other speakers. If you would like to speak, you are to use the raise hand emoji or raise your hand or indicate in a polite manner that you would like to speak. Please don't interject when another speaker is speaking. Please ensure that your room is visibly clear and the camera allows us to see you, the speaker and the witness clearly. The witnesses will be required to show the room so that we could ensure no one else is in the room except the attorney or the representative for the particular party when giving evidence. It must also be remembered that witnesses must be out of the hearing, meaning that they would not be allowed to hear the evidence of other witnesses. So you all need to make arrangements to have your witnesses contacted to rejoin the meeting when it is their turn to give evidence. We'll have everybody here now for the purpose of going over the rules, but once we commence the proceedings, we will put all other witnesses out of the hearing room. Just make sure I covered all the rules. There should be no unauthorized recording of the proceedings. Parties can request the record of the hearing by filing the prescribed Form 16 at the office. And in the event we lose connectivity, we are interrupted, or you are interrupted in any manner, you are to contact the hearing secretary by calling 627-4677 extension 1161. You must indicate the time that you lost connectivity. You are also to follow up with an email, which must be sent to all parties in the proceedings, detailing the time that you lost connection and the case reference number. With that being said, we are going to commence today's proceedings in accordance with Part 5 of the Act and the challenged regulations and Part 10 of the hearing rules. We do have some preliminary matters. So we received the witness statements. Let me confirm, Ms. Kalu, did you receive all the witness statements filed in this matter?
Yes, please. There were 3 witness statements submitted by the respondents, and I believe that there was one attached to the submissions of the interested party, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kalicharan, did you receive the witness statements?
Yes, please, ma'am. I did receive them. In relation to the Kaylex witness statement, it was filed out of time, and I have something to say about that at the appropriate time.
Yes, yes, we will deal with that. Mr. Oscar. Mr. Oscar, could you remind me of the pronunciation of your surname?
Velandia.
Velandia, yes.
Velandia, yes. That's
Yes,
correct.
Mr. Velandia, did you receive the witness statements filed by the applicant and the respondent?
Yes, I did.
Right. And perhaps this is the ideal time to indicate that no application, thank you very much, Mr. Velandia. No leave was sought by the interested party to file witness statements out of time. And so the hearing panel would not consider the witness statement that was filed out of time by the interested party. It was also the demonstration video that was filed by the applicant. Was the respondent, an interested party, able to access the video?
We will, ma'am, yes.
The Velandia?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Were you
Yes.
able to access the video evidence?
No. I wasn't able to do it.
Is it that you tried and you weren't able to, or you didn't have the time to
I
do so?
I didn't have the time to do it.
Understood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. In terms of the skeleton submissions, could we confirm Ms. Kadu, and Mr. Kalicharan and Mr. Velandia that you have received the skeleton submissions? All filed yesterday, the 22nd of December. Ms. Kadu, it's that?
Yes, I can confirm that I received the skeleton submissions.
Yes. Mr. Kalicharan,
We've received it,
Mr.
yes.
Velandia?
I did too.
Yes, right. Okay, so the other preliminary matters would be, we received from the applicant a letter seeking leave to amend the application for review. We will go into detail in our decision. However, no leave was granted to amend the Form 8 based on the absence of promptitude, as well as we found there were no good grounds to amend it. But we'll go into detail in the reasons. Are there any other preliminary matters that either side would like to raise? Ms. Kadu?
No, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kalicharan?
Ma'am, in relation to the compliance with the hearing panel's order in relation to the evaluation report, the evaluation report was filed this morning, but having regard to the voluminous nature of the documents, we have not been able to provide all of the report. We think that what we have provided is the things that are important to this hearing, but we undertake to provide them soon. And it's simply a matter of compiling all of them. They are in electronic form in a link, so that it's a question of putting it in a PDF form and sending it by parts to the hearing panel. But we undertake to do that in short order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalicharan. So we will look out for it before the end of the hearing today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Velandia. Do you have any preliminary matter to raise?
No, madam. No, madam.
Yes. Mr.
Ma'am,
Yes, Mr. Kalicharan?
one more thing in terms of housekeeping. I don't know if I should deal with that now, but the drawings that were requested, it's my view, and I think it's a very helpful thing for all of the parties to have a visual description of what is being described. I know that the hearing panel is in the habit of having the electronic documents placed on the screen and referred to. I was just wondering if there's any possibility technically that from time to time that in addition to the bundle, that the drawings or the images can also be placed on the screen, juxtaposed next to each other. I don't know if that's possible, if the IT individuals can consider that.
Yes, we will try to facilitate it as much as possible. Thank you very much. And as you mentioned, the bundles, leave is granted for the bundles to be filed out of time. We're grateful to have the bundles. It will ease the progress of the matter today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. So now that we covered the preliminary matters, and for the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Bellandia, your arguments would have been accepted because they were filed within time, which is the witness statement.
Okay.
Thank you. So can we confirm that you all have the witnesses present today for the applicant? Do we have Mr. Guevara, Mr. Mohammed, and Mr. Ramirez?
Yes, please. Mr. Guevara is on the link. I do apologize. The witness statements that were tendered was simply for Mr. Guevara and Mr. Mohammed. So Mr.
Yeah.
Ramirez will not be entering any statements. Well, in any event, no evidence would be taken from him
Yes.
at this point in time. And they are both available. Mr. Mohammed is right next to me.
Thank you very much. And for the respondent, Mr. Hussein?
There were three witness statements filed,
Yes.
ma'am. And those witnesses are present, Ms. Mohan, Mr. Ramsaran, and Ms. Hussein.
Thank you very much, and they're all present.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So at this juncture, we will proceed with the presentation of the case. So basically, the format would be that the applicant would be invited to do a short opening statement, after which the applicant's witnesses will be tendered for cross. We would accept, unless there are any objections, the witness statements as evidence in chief and allow for cross-examination. Thereafter, the respondent, so the two opening statements will be done together, and then we will proceed with the applicant's witnesses. After the applicant's witnesses, we will deal with the respondent's witnesses. And well, we have no witness for the interested party. Any questions?
No, please, ma'am. And I don't have any objection to the witness statements being taken as evidence in chief.
Right, okay. So what we would do is that we can have the opening statements, and then we can have the witnesses put out of the hearing. So the applicant's representative, would you like to start? Give us a brief opening address.
Yes, please. Just one moment.
The witnesses can stay for the opening address. Which?
Sure, not a problem, not a problem. All right. So good morning, everyone. I am the representative of the applicant, and here today we are discussing and bringing forward a real issue regarding challenge proceedings and the ability to access their rights in terms of the issues that are being raised, the fact that the procuring entity failed to inform the applicant of the standstill period following decision to award a tender and all tenants related thereto. It is truly a concern that omitting to inform them is in direct contravention of the legislative framework involving the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 as amended and the relevant corresponding regulations thereto. It is certainly a benefit that they are even available today, given the fact that they were not afforded the full period of time, but were still able to try their best and make it to enter in their application. And we do appreciate that they're able to access the tribunal for that purpose and the relief sought, and at least be in a position to attain it. So this is the extent of the opening statement of the applicant, and we are willing and able, once the tribunal is willing to let us proceed with this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gabi. Mr. Kalicharan?
Good morning. By these standard proceedings, the applicant seeks to challenge the very, very wide discretion of specialist experts in their fields who have determined that the items supplied to the respondent or intended to be supplied to the respondent did not meet the technical specifications. For the reasons set out in the witness statements that are going to be tendered, the respondent's position is that that is incorrect, that it was entitled to reject the submission on the basis that the submission did not meet clause 3.2 of the respondent's specification. And in relation to the matters relating to the standstill period and the email, the respondent's position is that the email address that was provided by the applicant was an incorrect email address. It is therefore because of the applicant's own error that the notification was delivered to the applicant late. In those circumstances, the respondent's position is that the applicant has been treated equally to the other tenderers, and there's a reason for the differential treatment. In the result, that there has been no manifest error, and that the hearing panel ought not to disturb the findings of the respondent. And those are my opening statements at this point, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalicharan. So, we'd like to ask that all witnesses, Ms. Kadu, could you tell us who you'd like to call first?
We can begin with Mr. Michelle Guevara, please.
Right.
He is on the link.
Right, so all other witnesses, those who appear with you, we ask that they leave now.
Okay, good morning to all of you. I'm Michel Guevara, and I
Yes, Mr. Guevara.
represent Cephei Energy Group in the region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guevara. Mr. Guevara, hold 1 minute. Right, I'm going to ask the hearing secretary to go through an oath with you before you begin.
Mr. Guevara, you have to enter an oath before any statements are made after. So please allow the tribunal to do the necessary.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Kalicharan.
May I, through this medium, ask my witnesses to leave the hearing platform and rejoin?
Yes.
They will be contacted by Ms. Cummins to rejoin. So that's Ms. Mohan,
Yes.
Mr. Ramsaran, and Ms.
Mr. Kalicharan, is all your witnesses out of the hearing?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Guevara, are you hearing us?
Yes, I'm here.
Your mic is muted, Mr. Guevara. Can you unmute your mic?
Excuse me?
Madam Chair, I can hear him clearly. Is there an issue?
I can hear you clearly.
So you're still muted? Or no, he's unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
We can hear him, please, ma'am, if that's of any assistance.
Can you all hear me?
Perhaps you should check your speaker, Mr. Guevara.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Milady, if I may, perhaps Mr. Guevara could come out of the link and re-enter, please, if we may allow him just a moment to do so.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, 1 minute, Mr. Guevara. I omitted to ask, I'm not seeing him now, Mr. Belandia, if he would like to make an opening statement. Did he come off the link?
It's up here, so please.
Yes, ma'am, it seems so.
Have you been contacted? And perhaps we can. The parties were hearing, were hearing you.
Okay, we were hearing Mr. Guevara, but I
Yes,
agree with the panel that it may be that he's not hearing us. So,
yes. So we were hearing him on our end. So we were just sorting out some IT stuff here. So Mr. Guevara, could you put your camera back on?
Yes.
You are going to be, you're going to hear the oath, which you're going to repeat. We hear you clearly now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Guevara. Yes, so Mr. Guevara, listen up for the oath.
Okay. As I said before, my name is Michel Guevara. I'm an electrical engineer and I here on the road. Yes?
Please pause for a moment and allow the tribunal to enter your oath.
Okay.
You do not have to speak at this time.
Morning, Mr. Guevara. Morning, Mr. Guevara. Can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me?
Yes.
I state your name.
I, Michel Guevara,
State your name. Solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guevara. Unless there's any objections from Mr. Kalicharan, your witness statement would be tendered as your evidence in chief.
no objection.
And right, thank you. So, Ms. Kadu, perhaps you can lead him through the particulars, and then he could be tendered for cross.
Yes, good morning. Mr. Guevara, do you recall making a witness statement?
Do you what?
Do you recall making a statement of any kind, a witness statement?
No.
No, you don't recall signing a witness statement?
Oh yes, I signed the witness statement
Yes.
for
So,
this hearing.
indeed. And would you be able to recognize the statement?
Yes.
Yes?
Hello?
How would you be able to?
So,
Hi, sorry.
oh, sorry to interrupt you. So we don't need to go through all the formalities. I should have been clear. You can just get him to state his name. Once he's comfortable that he made the statement, we can go through the name and your job title, what he was trying to say earlier. That would be fine. Instead of us putting it up. That's fine.
Oh, sure.
Sorry
Not
to
a problem.
interrupt you, sir. He doesn't have to identify it. Just it's sufficient that he made the statement or the date and he signed it.
Mr. Guevara, if you may, please introduce yourself and your occupation to this tribunal.
Yes, my name is Michel Guevara. I'm an electrical engineer with BS at the Andes University, and I made a master on lighting design at the University of London.
Thank you. And in terms of your correspondence with the respondent entity, the Trinidad and Tobago Electrical Commission, do you, by any chance, have ever received correspondence from them?
Not directly, not receive any correspondence directly from them, only through our local representatives.
I see. And in terms of your email addresses, which addresses do you usually use?
We use the company addresses.
Can you name them?
Yes, of course. My company address is michelle.guevara@cephei.energy.com.
Do you use any other email addresses?
Well, we always copy our CEO, which is p.ramirez@cephei.energy.com.
All right. And in terms of the correspondence, are there any third email addresses that you would have also used?
Not at this time and for this purpose.
Would you like to be refreshed on your witness statement?
Yes, please.
If I may get some IT support to bring up the witness
Oh.
statement. If not, I can do so.
Sure, we can bring it up. We'll bring it up. You have the page number reference, trial bundle.
Yes, so it would be in the trial bundle at page 121. You can please go down. Yes. Yes, Mr. Guevara, do you recognize any other email addresses?
Yes, the communications that we receive are at the two addresses I gave you previously, and I receive, as it is mentioned, the mail from TNTech from Tender Queries for the Procurement and Supply Department, which contain the email address of our local correspondent, which is cephei.derwing@gmail.com.
Thank you so much. So just to be clear, in relation to your correspondence with the respondent entity, that this email address has worked and you were able to successfully communicate with them through your local correspondent.
Yes, I did.
Grateful, please. I have no further questions for this witness, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah. A minute, please. Police Ron, this is your witness for cross.
Yes, please, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Guevara. Now,
Good morning.
Mr. Guevara, would you accept from me that as a tenderer, you have an obligation to provide accurate information to a public authority when you are submitting your tender?
We always submit our communication channels when we present a tender, and those are submitted in many of the documents that we provided when we presented the tender.
Right. Okay. Well, it would be a little bit more helpful, Mr. Guevara. I know that you have a lot to say, and I don't want to be rude, but remember we have limited time to do what we're doing here, right? What I want to do is if you can respond to my questions as closely to the questions that I asked, right? So you accept that you have an obligation to provide accurate information. It's a yes or no question, more or less.
Yes, I accept that we have to provide accurate information.
Okay, good. Now, were you responsible for the preparation of the tender documents, ultimately responsible for the preparation of the tender documents, the submission to TNTech?
The responsible was for the whole team that prepared the tender.
So the entire team was...
The entire team locally plus a detailed help from our corporate office.
Okay. Ma'am, could the witness please be shown page 148 of the trial bundle?
Yes, please. Procurement 148.
Right. Now, Mr. Guevara, could you please look at that document? You're seeing at the top there, you're seeing a little stamp, which shows that the document has been received by TNTech. Yes?
Yes, I see it.
Right. And you're seeing at the heading, suppliers contact information. This was part of your tender, correct? Tender submission.
Yes.
Right. And when you look at number 2 there, you're seeing P. Ramirez at cephei.energy.com. Yes, you're seeing that?
Yes, I see it.
And that is an incorrect email, yes?
This is not the correct email, and we did supply the correct email during the evaluation of the tender.
You submitted the correct email where? To whom?
To TNTech.
Do you remember the email address to whom that correction was issued?
No, that correction was made by our local office,
By
our
your-
local representative.
Right. So you have no knowledge of the correspondence that was sent by your local agent to TNTech.
I know that it was sent
Okay.
at that time, but I don't have the exact information because this one's done by our local representative.
Okay. Now, are you aware that TNTech has a e-tender website?
No, I do not.
You're not aware that TNTech has an e-tender website. Okay. And your local agent is not present here today to provide the particulars of when that message was sent to TNTech, correct?
The local representative is today with us in the presence of Mr. Darrell Ragu.
I see, but he is not a witness in this matter. Now, I have to put to you what my client's case is, Mr. Guevara, so that you understand what we are saying, right? Now, you have said that an email was sent to TNTech. Our position is that on the 27th of October, the TNTech received an email indicating that the email address was wrong. Okay. Now, the response of TNTech on the 27th of October is that the tenderer can update the email in the registered info tab on the e-tendering website. Okay?
Okay.
Now, my instructions are that that was never done. Are you able to say anything about that?
No, the only thing I can say is that we, when we noticed that the email contact was not the correct one, the local representative sent the correct email to the TNTech people to update the correct address.
Okay. And what I'm saying to you is that TNTech said to you, and they responded, and they said that you, the tenderer, have to update your information on the registered info tab of the website. And I'm asking you whether that was done. And your answer to that is no, it was not done.
No, that's not my answer.
Okay. Well, what is your answer?
My answer is that it was done through the local representatives in Trinidad.
Who is not here to give evidence? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you've also referred to in your previous evidence that the email address cephei at gmail.com was used for correspondence. Was that email address included in the tender submission?
I believe so.
I'm putting it to you that it's not there. We've looked and it's not there. Okay? Do you accept that or do you not accept that?
Are you sure that you checked correctly, even in the letterhead of the different documents that we sent?
It's not part of the supplier contact information,
Okay.
which is the appropriate part of the tender submission where it should be placed. Okay?
So how can you explain that that email address received information from TNTech?
I'm going to get to that, Mr. Guevara. So I want you to take a look at page 63, please, of the hearing bundle. And
Page?
yes, this is the correct page. And Mr. Guevara, take a look at, you're seeing item 2 there, RFT/ITV package, right? And then you're going down to Roman numeral 2. Tenderers provide a telephone contact and a primary contact email address to which all queries can be sent for immediate response. Once queries are sent via email, they are deemed to have been delivered at close of business on the date on which it was sent. You're seeing that, right?
Yes, I see it.
And a little while ago, I took you to the part of your tender submission where you included in your tender submission the incorrect email address, yes?
Yes.
Good. Now, I want to take you through a number of emails that are attached to your Form 8. Now, the first email is the email on hearing bundle, page 15. Now, you can look at the to field here, right? And you're seeing that the incorrect email is used here, yes?
Yes.
And just going over the page to page 16, you see that the incorrect email is used again in this correspondence, correct?
Yes, because I suppose that the answer to that email were sent to all the email addresses involved in the initial mail.
Right, okay. But you accept that in your correspondence with TNTech, you have been using an incorrect email address, yes?
What I can say is that we did correct the email address from Mr. P. Ramirez only. The other addresses were correct.
What I'm saying to you, Mr. Guevara, and I'm trying to assist you to understand that what TNTech said is that you had to update the registered info tab on the eTender website, and you didn't do that, right? Now I'm going to move on to another part of my cross-examination, which is, now you've said in your format, Mr. Guevara, that you have suffered, the company has suffered prejudice because it has not received the benefit of the full standstill period. Yes?
Yes.
Right. Now, you have been able in these proceedings to engage an attorney, to engage a consultant, to file your format, to file your witness statements, to file your skeleton arguments. You've been able to put all of these things in front of the hearing panel, yes?
Yes.
Yes. And the effect of that is that you have been heard by the hearing panel on the things that dissatisfy you about your treatment in this tender, yes?
Yes, it is. It is in this matter the interest for everybody to hear our arguments that we consider that have to be heard to make a proper analysis and decision.
And that process is ongoing, yes? But you have been able to provide the information that you wish to provide to have the decision reviewed, yes?
We have submitted the information to do so.
In totality.
In?
In totality.
Yes.
No further questions, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. It's the party. Mr. Balandia, do you have any questions? Mr. Balandia?
No, madam.
Any re-examination? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Guevara.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Before, I forgot my panel members do have some questions for you.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Guevara and panel. Mr. Guevara, I know you state a lot of the work is done by a local representative. Were you involved in the tender, preparation of the bid and submission in that process?
I was giving all the support needed by the local team to present and to prepare all the documents for the tender.
So you would have been in receipt in the discussions throughout that process?
I had contact with the local representatives during the time of the preparation of the tender.
Okay, so my question is, so there are different stages of the tender. And so first you access on the online system the request for tenders. And then you receive, no? How did you receive the tender?
No, everything was done through the local office and the representatives.
Okay. And are you aware that they accessed it through the online system of theater? That it was not a hard copy that they went to collect? Are you aware of that?
I was aware of what all the local representatives and the local team were giving me information when we did all the meetings for the preparation of the tender. Of course, as I am not present physically in Trinidad and Tobago, we always did these meetings via
Online.
online.
Okay, so the question I want to ask, did you have receipt of addenda? And how many addendum do you recall having received from the process? So the process of preparing your bid, there would have been addendum. I don't know how many addendum, but how many, do you have an idea of how many were issued by TNTech?
Well, I don't recall how many exactly, but what I can say is
Sure.
that we all the information concerning the preparation of this tender was handled by the local team and myself during the time of the preparation.
I was trying to get an hand with TNTech in the preparation of your bill in terms of the receipt of addendum, then the request for clarifications. I mean, we have received information that you did receive about 2 or 3 requests for bid extension. So
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand if that process worked through the whole process, whether there were any issues in your receiving any information throughout that process. Or whether it was just this one instance that you had an issue that you did not receive a communication.
Yes, it is so. We did receive during the different communication, I received from the local office the correspondent email or information that we would deal in time, and we responded on time. This is why I would like to comment that in some cases we did receive communications from TNTech to the right email address, except for the one of the standstill period, because we received previously, if I recall, twice a mail asking for an extension of the validity of the tender. And those mails were received to the correct address.
What do you call the correct address? Because your emails have a copy to you, Michelle Guevara, and there's a Cephei, another address, at least 3 addresses. The commission is contending that your P. Ramirez address,
Yes.
the P was incorrect. Is that what you call the correct address?
What I call incorrect address is P. Ramirez instead of P. Ramirez, which is, by the way, not my email address, but the CEO's address.
So did you ever receive emails at P. Ramirez? And in that process, did you ever receive an email to that address?
It's a question I cannot answer because it's not my email box.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guevara. We have no more questions for you at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Kadu, is your second witness?
Yes, but if I may, I just want to clarify one thing with Mr. Guevara.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Mr. Guevara, were you ever informed that the email address on the e-tender system was incorrect?
Um,
I
that
did not receive directly any communication.
Mr. Guevara, stop. Hold on. I think I have an objection from Mr. Kalichara. Let me hear you, Mr. Kalichara.
That question has been asked and answered already. I don't think that if the answer is incorrect, the witness's testimony has come to an end. I don't know if my friend is trying to elicit through re-examination that there appears to be no dissonance between the two statements. It's simply a repetition of what was said before.
Understood. And I just have one more question to ask Mr. Guevara. When an email address is sent from your email, in your experience, and it goes to an address that is non-existent, do you often get an email or any feedback at all?
Yes, I do, and that response is almost immediate, saying that the email address is incorrect or they could not reach the email address.
Understood. Grateful, please. That is all for Mr. Guevara.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Guevara. We're finished with your testimony. So we move on to your second witness, Ms. Kadu.
Yes, please. I'd just like to
Can you
bring.
leave Mr. Guevara?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Kadu? Is your witness, Mr. Mohammed, ready? That is him with you?
Yes, please. So Mr. Shazad Mohammed is before this tribunal, and this link, he is to the right of me. We can begin. Is the tribunal
Sure,
willing
we would take off the camera and we'll do the oath and then we put it back on. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Mohammed. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Mr. Mohammed, you're muted.
I, Shazad Mohammed,
Solemnly swear
that
the evidence
the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
All right, thank
Mr.
you.
Kadu.
Yes, please. Yes, Mr. Mohammed, can you introduce yourself to the tribunal?
My name is Shazad Mohammed. I'm an electrical engineer. I've worked at TNTech for 31 plus years. I was a manager at the public lighting department. I was the author of the original specification for the LED streetlight tender, of which most of the items in the specification is still the same. I've also conducted many training sessions with tenderers at the supplies department to ensure that everybody have a full understanding of every one of the clauses in the tender specification, so people do not make errors and that they can submit a tender that is valid. Yes?
Thank you. And in relation to the sample that would have been provided by the applicant, have you had a chance to appreciate what sample was provided in their tender?
Yes, I had.
And in relation to the tender specification that was provided for that tender, did they at all material times meet that requirement?
Yes, they did.
Can we please look at the, please, if we can turn to the notice of decision on page 144?
One moment, please. So, Ms. Kadu, I mean, we don't have to go too much into the evidence because we accepted your witness statement as his witness statement as the evidence in chief.
Yes.
Do you still need us to put the notice?
I just wanted him to just briefly describe one of the key concerns in the decision to essentially reject the tender, the reason provided, and one specific basis of it.
No, no problem. Give us a few minutes, right?
Yes, Mr. Mohammed, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Can you see the reason that the respondent provided as to why the bid submission was unsuccessful?
Yes.
Can you please explain anything that comes out to you in relation to the reason that was given?
Right. So they are saying the sample failed from a visual inspection that it was not properly bonded according to clause 3.2, that is the spigot or the mounting mechanism. Now, the mounting mechanism is not associated with the enclosure. It is attached to the enclosure, and therefore the clause that is identified there, 3.2, relates to the internal compartment of the enclosure that houses the electrical, and it also relates in the second point to the window or the door when you open to get into the electrical compartment. That hinge doesn't provide a proper bonding, so there must be a conductor grounding the luminaire, which is not even associated with the spigot. That is a separate item. The spigot is identified in lower specifications on the sheet. I think it's 3.20, 3.21, and 3.22. And therefore, this clause does not apply to the spigot and therefore should not have been rejected.
And if we go just a bit further, from a visual inspection, in relation to the last line of clause 3.2, that the bond shall be continuous when electrical compartments is open. Can a visual inspection confirm or deny that issue?
No, a visual inspection cannot confirm that the bond is continuous, and that can only be done via testing.
And if I understand you correctly, the spigot is attached by bolts to the enclosure, and that is what creates the luminaire.
Correct. So the spigot is attached by stainless steel bolts and lock and flat washers to the enclosure, and that is what comprise of the luminaire. The spigot only provides mechanical protection. The only thing associated with the spigot is the TNTEC streetlight arm that is bolted onto that. There is no electrical connection inside of the spigot. There is nothing in there, and it's not considered an enclosure or part of.
Ma'am, I have an objection on that point. I'm just marking the point of the objection in relation to the last thing that the witness said, in relation to the qualitative nature of the bolt. The hearing rules provide at Rule 9.9 that the witness cannot go outside of what was said in the witness statement in the evidence. So that is something new. I'm just marking the objection for future reference in the submissions.
Thank you very much. And that is indeed correct. We are limited by what was filed according to 9.9. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I'm sorry, I did not get. Miss
Yes, indeed.
Kadu, you wanted to respond?
I'm willing to accept the limitation in relation to the witness statement.
You can see both you and the witness in the camera. We are the same part of both faces.
I do apologize. I can see myself clearly and the witness, but if there is a difficulty, let me see if I can.
A lot better, but we still see part of your face. Right, okay, we getting it a lot better here now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Yes.
Yes. So, if you may, please explain the steps that ought to be taken when assessing the sample.
Right, so in assessing the sample, one will check to make sure all the components that were identified and are required in the specification are there. And once that is there, the sample is then tested to determine suitability. And then based on that, the evaluation is completed.
And how do you test on continuity?
You would use a multimeter and put the scale on resistance or continuity, and it will be able to tell you once you hear a beep when you connect from one end to the other end of any point along the luminaire.
Ma'am, I have the same objection again.
Yes.
It seems that my friend is making an attempt to put in narrative what
Yes, thank you.
by the
Yeah. So what we can say, Mr. Kalituran, we would allow it because it's on the video,
yes. Understood.
right? So this he went through the test on the video, and so it is something that was included in his witness statement.
Understood, ma'am.
Now, if I may, can you also go through how you test on a powder-coated surface?
Right, so as indicated in the video also, if you take a connection on a painted surface or a powder-coated surface, you will get no continuity, but the metal under the powder-coated surface will have the continuity. And in order to do that, you will have to remove some of the painted coating and then check for continuity. And there, that's the only way that will be able to be done and satisfy the information necessary in clause 3.2. And that is something every luminaire you must do. Not only Cephei Energy, but the luminaire that one, you have to do the same thing, any luminaire, because part of the requirement from TNTech is that the luminaire have a painted coated finish
I see.
to protect it for environmental conditions like erosion, salt, those kind of harsh environmental conditions.
And the use of bolting to attach or bond the spigot to the enclosure. Can you describe that process and whether there are any concerns?
Right, and I would describe the process, but there's no concern with respect to the connectivity because it is bolted solid and it is bolted with lock washers. So when it's tightened, it's properly secured, so it cannot run slack. And therefore, by connecting two metals via bolt, it's normal and it's a standard in connecting earthing. If you look at the luminaire, there is a lead that is screwed on by a screw onto the luminaire that also facilitates the bonding. And therefore, bolting the spigot to the enclosure provides the same bonding that is needed.
If I may, can we look at the images that were sent this morning for the sketches of the luminaire and the spigot?
1 minute, please. Let's put it up on the screen.
Can you see the image that is projected on the laptop?
Yes, I see one off. I doesn't see the first one. With the entire luminaire. I see the spigot only.
The respondent, so
If we may only perhaps look at the enclosure field codes at 3.2.
Yes, this is the correct one, Ms. Kalu.
No.
No.
We could discuss this one.
That's the intent zoning on.
Thank you.
Nikki,
Yes, definitely. That's what you wanted.
Now, if you may, please, Mr. Mohammed, can you describe where the spigot is located on this diagram?
Right, so on this diagram, there is no spigot in this particular luminaire enclosure. What you have here is a bolt and a separate clamp unbonded in the GE luminaire that is inside the enclosure.
So just to be clear, the spigot is a separate item that does not exist in the enclosure.
Correct.
All right, these are all my questions for this witness, please.
thank you very much, Ms. Kalu. Mr. Kalituran, it's your witness across.
Good morning, Mr. Mohammed. Now, I'm not going to go back over what you've just said there, but you said that you're familiar with the conditions in which streetlights are installed. So you said that there's a lot of water, there's a lot of dust. You would accept that there's also a lot of vibration because these things are being installed next to public roadways, correct?
Yes.
And you accept that you've drafted the specification, and would you agree with me that the purpose of the specification is to protect the commission, one? Do you accept that it is to protect the commission? Having a valid specification is for the purpose of the protection of the commission. You accept that?
Right, I accept that the proper specification is to ensure that you get a good product that will protect the commission and provide a suitable light for the country.
Yes, and to protect the public as well.
The public, correct.
Because we want a safe device, correct?
Yes.
Right, good. So we are them on that. Now, you help draft the specification, and you're not going to say here that the specification is vague, right? Is the specification vague? It's not, right?
No, it's not.
Good. Now, the specification refers to a number of phrases. One of those phrases is the term metal enclosure, right? Now, I wanted to take you just to the specification quickly. 1 second. So that is at page 176 of the hearing bundle. Now, at 1.0 general, you'd see that it says the specification is for the design, marking, certification, and testing of light emitting diode luminaires, which would be mounted on mounting stems fitted onto lighting poles, right? So we talked about three things there. We said the luminaire, the mounting stem, and the lighting poles, right? You with me so far? You accept that is what it says there?
Where are you reading from?
1.0. This specification is for the second line.
Yes.
Right. So luminaires, which would be mounted onto mounting stems, fixed onto lighting poles, right? So there are three things there, right?
Yeah.
And you've seen during the course of your preparation for your witness statement, have you seen the tender submission that was made by the applicant?
Yes.
You have, right. Now, and you accept that what the tenderer is providing or hopes to provide to the commission is the luminaire, yes? The tenderer is not, for example, providing the mounting stem or providing the streetlight pole. Those are commission supplied things, correct?
Correct.
Good. Now, you accept from me that the specification is not drafted in a way that it tells the tenderer how it should lay out the various parts of the luminaire, apart from compliance with the specification. So, for example, if the optical enclosure was in a different place from one item to another, that would not necessarily be a reason for rejecting the tender. The tenderer has an entitlement to have minor variations in design. Yes.
Well, it depends on what you're saying. If the LED is in a different place from where it is, because if it's facing upwards, then we wouldn't be able to use it.
Right. And obviously you'd have to comply with the parts of the specification that deal with the angle of the lighting and all of these things, right? So, but I'm trying to get not necessarily a contentious issue here, but I'm trying to understand from you whether your position is that you understand that what the commission is saying in the specification is these are the bright line standards that we will accept in relation to the design of the luminaire. So the compliance with the various lines of the specification, that is what the commission wants. It's not that the commission is saying, I want, let me go to the specific question. The specification does not, for example, say that the luminaire must be in one piece. Correct?
No, it doesn't say that.
It does not say that, right? And
the commission has bought luminaires with more than one piece.
Right. We're not going there yet, Mr. Mohammed.
Oh.
Now, the specification also refers to it refers to an electrical compartment in 3.3. So if the IT department could just scroll down a little bit to 3.3. Yes. 3.3. Right. So you see the luminaire shall incorporate overcurrent protection on both live lines within the electrical compartment of the luminaire. Right? You seeing that?
Yes.
And there's also a reference to the optical enclosure. Right? And that is at one moment. That's at 3.19. Right. So there are some terms in the specification that have developed a certain specific meaning, right? And you as an individual who has done evaluations in the past, your position is that you understand those terms to have a specific meaning, correct?
Right. So those terms you're referring to, I would have incorporated that. I would have developed the specs with those terms. Those terms will not change. Those are my original terms.
Right. Okay. Now, yes, please, ma'am.
Unfortunately, I have to interrupt you, Cross. We are having a bit of a technical difficulty with the recording. So recording has stopped. So could you stick a pen in your cross, let us sort it out, because we want to ensure we have the proceedings properly recorded.
Sure.
Please bear with us, Mr. Mohammed. We will get back to your cross-examination. You're warned, you're asked to stay right there and not communicate with anyone. Thank you all so kindly for your patience. Mr. Mohammed,
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
right, Mr. Kalicharan will continue your cross-examination now.
Yes. Now, Mr. Mohammed, where we left off is that I just wanted to take you to the 3.19 where it refers to optical enclosure, right? Now, is it your position, Mr. Mohammed, that what we've been referring to as the spigot requires bonding to the rest of the metal enclosure?
What's the question?
Is it your position that the spigot requires, according to the specification, does the spigot require bonding to the rest of the metal enclosure?
The spigot is in fact bonded to the rest of the metal enclosure.
But does the specification require that?
Does the specification requires that? Is not said nowhere in any one of the clauses, but once it's bolted onto the enclosure, it is bonded onto the enclosure.
Okay. Now, so you say that the bonding is achieved by way of bolting, yes? Now, we spoke a little while ago about the conditions that streetlights find themselves in, right? I want to add to that. You are familiar. Sorry.
What conditions streetlight find themselves in?
So the rain, dust, vibration. We spoke about that a little while earlier, right?
Okay.
Yes, and you accepted that. You remember that?
Yes.
Right. And you're also familiar, because you were the manager of the PLD at some point, you're also familiar with the installation methods of streetlights, yes?
Yes.
And these streetlights are often installed by contractors, no?
Yes, and TNTech employees.
Yes, so both of them. And the possibility always arises of an improper installation, correct?
When you say the possibility arises of an improper installation, what do you mean by that?
So the individual who is installing the streetlight may have not tightened a bolt properly. Is that a possibility?
When you say not tighten a bolt properly, what bolt we talking about?
Well, let's just refer to any bolt that is on that is found within the luminaire. If he does not tighten it properly, that could be an improper installation, yes?
Okay, if he doesn't tighten it properly, that's an improper installation. Yeah.
So you accept that is a risk, right?
Okay.
Would you also accept that there is a risk of corrosion occurring in the pathway in which a bolt is tightened? Is that also a possibility?
Yes, it is possible. Depending on the type of bolt, there is possibility that there is going to be some corrosion.
Yes. And would you also accept from me that because of the vibration, there is also the possibility that bolts can loosen over time?
Right. So for streetlight, if you look at the specification, there is a clause that is 3.22 that talks about 3D vibration, so that luminaires has to be able to withstand that vibration. And once it's suitable, then there should not be an issue of that scenario happening.
Yes, but there's a risk. Yes, I mean, if there's a significant enough vibration outside of the tolerances of the standard, that possibility exists. Yes.
Yes, and we have seen streetlights on the highway that hanging on the wire that came off the arm. Yes, that's possible.
Right. So we're on the same page as to what the risks of bolting are, right?
Yes.
So your position is that the bonding that is achieved between the spigot and the luminaire occurs via this bolting arrangement, correct?
Yes,
And not otherwise.
correct. And to be clear also, the bonding that's required, that is done inside the luminaire, it's also through bolting arrangement. So there's a screw that screws the wire onto the enclosure to provide the bolting. There's a screw that screws the wire from the live lines and the terminals into the terminal block via a screw bolted onto the enclosure. So there are screws that bolt the earthing and bolts that bolt it in the entire luminaire.
But let's make a distinction between those two bolts. These bolts are found, the bolts that connect the spigot to the luminaire are found on the outside, correct?
Yes, that has a lock washer and a flat washer, so it's properly tightened with the Allen key.
But the rest of the bolts that you just described are on the inside of the luminaire, correct?
Yes.
Right. So I want to go back to what we were discussing and what really is the crux of this case.
Okay.
What does metal enclosure mean, right?
Yeah.
So you would agree with me that an enclosure is a protective barrier for something that is inside. Would you agree with that sort of very simple explanation of what an enclosure is, generally? I'm not talking about materials yet. I'm just talking about what an enclosure is.
Right. So I agree with you there because an enclosure, let's say, for instance, you have a post box. A post box has an enclosure, which is a box bolted onto a metal post, right? The enclosure is the box. The post is not the enclosure. It's bolted on. It's two separate things.
Right. Okay. Now, I want to just go quickly because I think it's important to look at the actual photographs. I want to go to page one moment, please. 163 of the hearing bundle. If you could just scroll down a little bit to the bottom of the page. Right. So just so everybody is on the same page, the bolts that we were describing earlier, Mr. Mohammed, are these two bolts that are found perhaps about midway in the image to the right-hand side, next to the grooved part, right?
Yes.
And at the center there is the grommet, right?
Is the hole for the grommet.
The hole for the grommet, right? And to the left of the photograph is some more grooves, and there's a space on either side which can accommodate the bolts, right? And that articulation allows for the adjustability of the luminaire, correct?
Correct.
Good. Now, so your position is that when bolted together, there's bonding which occurs between the spigot and the luminaire.
Yes, that is correct. And we tested that. That's shown in the video.
Right. Now, the luminaire is also supposed to be able to take what I believe is commonly referred to as a rhino cable, but it's referred to as 2.5 centimeter 3-stranded cable in the specification, right? 2.5 millimeter, sorry. That, from your understanding, that cable also passes through the spigot to go through the hole for the grommet, correct?
No,
It does not pass there.
the spigot is bolted onto a pipe, which is the streetlight arm provided by TNTech. The rhino cable goes through the streetlight arm. So the rhino cable is inside the streetlight arm, and the streetlight arm is inside of the spigot.
I think we have to do that again. So the streetlight arm is inside of the spigot, right? So does the rhino
And the rhino is inside of the streetlight arm.
Right. So the streetlight arm connects to the spigot, correct?
Yes, the streetlight arm is bolted onto the spigot by the bolts on the, not those two bolts showing there, but another two bolts on the spigot itself.
Right. Now, you said in your witness statement that the faults which can occur, potential electrical faults which can occur, all occur inside of the metal enclosure. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, because there's
just-
where you have exposed conductor.
Yes. But is there not a possibility that there can be an exposed conductor which occurs outside of the metal housing or the metal enclosure?
Repeat that.
Is there not a possibility? Let's use a actual example. A tree falls, and there's an exposed live wire. For some reason, the installation has come off, and it makes contact with the outside of the luminaire. Is that not a possibility?
Right. So you could have a live wire from some conductor falling on the luminaire.
Correct.
As the example, let's say from a tree hitting it. Yes?
Right. Good. Now, I want to refer to the line drawing. I think that it might be a little bit easier to refer to the line drawing. So the line drawing.
No, I am fine with this one. That's fine.
No, I think it's logically a little bit simpler, Mr. Mohammed.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to put it to you, right? But you can keep in mind the photograph. I think we've seen the photograph. We've looked at it for some time. I think let's move on to the line drawing a little bit.
Sure.
It's the line drawing, ma'am, that is labeled drawing Cephei luminaire. It is the one that at the base of the document is marked Cephei luminaire. I don't think anything else is labeled that. Yeah. So the others are named spigot and GE luminaire. So the one that I want to look at is labeled Cephei luminaire.
Cephei luminaire?
Yes. Right. Now, I just need to, yeah, if we can go perhaps towards the bottom of the, right, yeah, that's better. Right. Now, Mr. Mohammed, I want you to look at the spigot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to also look at the arrangement of the bolting. And
Sure.
I also want you to look at the rest of the metal enclosure, what you say is the metal enclosure, right? Yes. Now, I want you to consider, in light of what I said earlier about
a line falling on the luminaire?
No, about the bond that is provided by the bolting failing, right? So these questions are.
So you say the bond provided by the bolting failing.
Yes.
Okay, why is it failing?
And we discussed that a little while ago. Corrosion, we discussed vibration, loosening, we discussed improper installation methods, right? So you understand that there's a risk, at least, that bolts can fail, correct?
What is that possibility? 1 in a million?
The possibility exists. You accepted a little while ago from me that possibility exists, correct?
Okay.
Right. And I mean, you're an expert in the field, Mr. Mohammed. As an electrical engineer, is bolting a sufficient source of earthing?
You know, I'm glad you answered me that question, Ask that question, because if you look at the GE luminaire in the other picture.
Answer my question, please, Mr. Mohammed. I would like to go down the road with you, but what I'm asking, as an electrical engineer, someone who is capable in your field, yes?
Yes.
is it not the general understanding that bolting is not a sufficient means of grounding?
It is. Why are you saying it's not?
I'm asking if you would accept that, or you would not accept that. Is it that it is part of the art that bolting is a sufficient means of grounding?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. Now I'm asking you in light of that response, if the bond fails at the bolt, right? And just going back to my earlier question, so I'm trying to tie it all together here. If the exposed live conductor from the outside of the device comes in contact with the spigot, right?
Yes.
And there is no bonding between the bolts and the rest of the luminaire, right? You understand? You're with me so far on the question?
I hear you so far, but
Right.
we have to also remember that
No, I
the
want to
spigot
finish.
is bolted onto the luminaire.
I'm stopped.
Mohammed,
Yes,
please listen for the question.
sure.
Allow the representative to complete the question. Both
Okay.
of you all can't speak at the same time.
It's
Continue, Mr. Lecturer.
It's a long question, Mr. Mohammed. So that's why I'm stopping to make sure that you understand the question before I get your response, right?
Okay.
So, but unfortunately, I have to do it again, right? So, in the hypothetical situation that I was referring to earlier, where you have the exposed conductor, it comes in contact with the outside of the spigot, right? The bonding has failed, right? Is there a path to ground that goes to the system ground if the bonding has failed?
Yes, there is a path to ground.
A path to the commission ground, the system.
Yes, there is a path to the commission ground.
What is that path?
Right. So you are saying, and let's make sure everybody understands, the bolt on the spigot has run slack and fall out, right?
Yes, that's a possibility, yes.
Right. So now the luminaire is hanging.
Mhm.
Yes, good. However, the spigot has 2 points of bonding, one on the luminaire and one on the TNTEC streetlight arm. The TNTEC streetlight arm was supposed to or is supposed to be bonded on the commission system, and that is bonded either on the steel pole via the clamps on the pole. So therefore, if you have a path to ground, right, that path to ground will then connects onto the spigot, come down the streetlight arm, come down to the metal pole, and go to ground via the neutral conductor. If you look at the drawing submitted by Mr. Ramsaran on figure 11.1, you will see that demonstrated there. Now, that is also only applicable to a steel pole. A wooden pole and a concrete pole, there is no connectivity from the pole to the streetlight arm. So when the current comes down and it comes to the spigot and it now comes down to the arm on a wooden pole and a concrete pole, there's no path to ground there. So the commission modified their standard and in their construction manual removed the bonding on the streetlight arm to the grounding system. And you could see it in Mr. Ramsaran's submission. So the part you're trying to take to come down is only going to work if it is a steel pole.
It is only going to work if it's a steel pole. And
yes.
The point
because
is,
the earthen clamp.
We can't have this back and forth, Mr. Mohammed. So I need to ask you questions because we all want to get out of here, right? You said that it's only going to work on a steel pole, right? Now you accept that the commission has other things other than steel poles, correct?
Correct.
They have wooden poles, they have concrete poles.
Right, and that's why I say for
you accept, yes or no? You accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
And in light of that, when the commission is procuring something it must procure something that can work in any sort of installation. Is that not correct?
Yeah, but I don't think you understand the point I was making. So let me clear it up for you. Right? The bonding, the bonding on the steel pole is the bolted arm from the streetlight stem onto the steel pole. So that's the bond point there. The bond point on the spigot onto the streetlight arm is via the other two bolts that you see in the circle. Yes?
Yes, but I
So that
understand.
is one point of bonding.
Mohammed.
So therefore, if the bonding
Okay.
fail,
Mr. Mohammed, right. I understand that point. We were referring to the system ground, right? So you
Yes.
wanted to take a look at figure 11.1, right? So let's go to 11.1. That's at page 169. Now, with reference to this document, do you accept firstly that this is the existing construction method of the commission?
yes, this is the revised construction method from the construction manual from the commission.
Right. And so what you are seeing here is that there is grounding from the rhino cable. There's no grounding here.
The grounding on the streetlight stem is missing. There's no grounding bonding the streetlight stem onto the system neutral. The bond is only achieved, as I said, via a steel pole, but for a wooden pole or a concrete pole, there's no bonding of the commissioned streetlight stem to any neutral.
Right. So the rhino cable, right?
Yes.
The rhino cable that comes out of the streetlight stem, right, is
Yes.
is bonded ultimately to the grounding connector in the screw terminal, correct?
Yes.
Right. So there's grounding there, and if a fault occurs on the inside of the luminaire, right, ordinarily to go to ground, it would connect to that fault would induce a fault current on that path, and it would go back to the system neutral, right? Induce a fault current, and the fuse would blow. Is that not correct?
Right. That is correct for internal and external of the luminaire.
Right. But I'm asking you, would that path, right, the path that goes back to the system ground, would it work if the bolting failed? If the external fault which occurred on the spigot, if the bolting failed, would that grounding path work?
That grounding path will work, and that grounding path has worked. However, that grounding path is not the only path, because it is possible that the neutral connection from the rhino could burn out.
Let's divide the question a little bit. So you said it will work, right? We'll go into what you've said a little while further, but I'm asking you, if you said it will work, explain to me, after the bond is broken, if the bond is broken from the bolting, right, and the fault occurs on the spigot, right, and there's no continuity between the spigot and the rest of the luminaire, how does the grounding occur? If it has to go back to the system ground.
Right. So if it has to go back to the system ground, right, the path will be through the rhino cable, or the path will be along the streetlight stem down to the steel pole, because the steel pole bonds the streetlight stem. The commission did not put a grounding path from the streetlight stem to go to a wooden pole, to the neutral, or to a concrete pole. So this drawing provided by the commission has a defect.
Now let's go back to the specification for a little while, because I think it's important for you to say specifically what you have to say in light of what I just said about the technical part of it, what you have to say about that in relation to the specification. So let's go back to page 177. So at 3.2, it says, all parts of the metal enclosure shall be bonded ultimately to the ground connector entering the luminaire, right? So what that means is that the luminaire has a housing, and so the open part, there's a grounding connector there. There's also a grounding connector in the lower part of the luminaire or the upper part of the luminaire. I'm not sure what the orientation is. And all of those things go back to the screw terminal, correct? There's a conductor that connects those two things, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you've also added, sorry, you've also added in your version of the specification that the bond shall be continuous when the electrical compartment is open, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm asking you, in light of the hypothetical situation that I suggested to you a little while ago, if the purpose of the term metal enclosure is to ensure that the external parts of the luminaire, which are metal parts, have a path to ground, there's a path to ground through those metal parts in the luminaire, all the metal parts. That is the purpose, correct? So
Yes.
that the purpose of the sentence is to ensure that all metal components, right, be they what you call the metal enclosure. Our position is that the spigot is part of the metal enclosure, and for the reasons I just explained in the earlier questions, that is our position. And so I'd ask you what you have to say about that. Do you, in light of what I have said, now hold the view that the spigot is part of the metal enclosure or not?
No, the spigot could never be part of the metal enclosure. If you look at the submission on the witness statement for Mr. Ravi Ramsaran, and you look at figures number 29, 30, 33, 37, 39, 40, 41, you can make that statement because the clamps that hold the metal enclosure to the streetlight stem is inside of the metal enclosure. There is a bracket there that's not even connected to a bonding wire.
No,
So if you look in there, you will see that. And that sample passed the specification.
Mr. Mohammed, you have a piece of paper in your hand there that you were referring to a little while ago?
If I have a piece of paper?
Yeah, when you called out all of those figures, do you have a piece of paper in your hand that you were looking at there?
I have the witness statement from Mr. Ramsaran.
Right. So you have no other form of paper in your hand apart from the witness statements?
There are things that I have here, but I have not opened it. I have this witness statement. I can show it. You want me to show it?
Yes,
Mr. Mohammed,
Yes.
is it possible for us to see just a little bit more in front of you to see what's there?
Sure.
Well, no, instead of you pulling up the paper, is it that you could adjust the camera so we can see a little bit more of the room?
Sure.
Okay, so all of those there.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
One is the specification that is on the screen.
Huh?
And one is the witness statement from Mr. Ramsaran.
Yes. Okay,
And
so
one-
we repeat. Uh-huh.
Right.
So is it possible, Mr. Kalicharan, is that you prefer that we put it up on the screen if he has to look at it?
I would prefer that because I'm glancing down and I'm just wondering if there's any note
Right.
of what is being said. So
Thank you very much.
No, I have no pen in my hand. I'm not writing anything.
I'm
That's
just
fine, but okay, so
just a moment.
we ask that you put away, if you can put it aside, So stack up all these three documents and put it aside on the table at the side of you. And if you want to reference anything, we would put it up on the screen for you.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Kalicharan, you could proceed.
Yes. So let's deal with what you've said, Mr. Mohammed. So let's take a look at page 170 of the hearing bundle. Right. Now, you referred to figure 29, right? So in the corner of the right-hand corner of the photograph, you referred to the means of mounting the stem to the luminaire, correct?
Yes.
And you say that there's no grounding connector between that and the rest of the metal enclosure.
Yeah, just as you were saying with respect to bonding, lead bonding, because those bolts there could also run slack and fall out.
Right. Now,
my
question to you, Mr. Mohammed, this part of the mounting hardware, does it not exist on the inside of the metal enclosure?
Correct. In this particular case, this is in the inside of the metal enclosure and there is no bonding to it.
No, but I'm asking you, it's on the inside of the metal enclosure. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Good. Now let's move on to the rest of my cross-examination. Now, you said in your testing, Mr. Mohammed, that when you were conducting your testing, you had to deform the powder coating. You had to remove the powder coating. In fact, you scratched it, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, your position is that in order to establish continuity between the spigot and the rest of the luminaire for the Cephei luminaire, there must be metal-to-metal contact, correct?
Yes.
Right. And to have that metal-to-metal contact occur, in your view, requires deformation of the powder coating or scratching of the powder coating. That's what needs to occur if there's supposed to be bonding between those two items.
No.
That's not what you're suggesting.
No, that is for us to test. So if you have to check bonding on this GE luminaire you have to scrape the coated finish to get the bonding to be able to check. But what happens is the threaded portion where it's bolted provides that connection because that is not painted in there. That allows for the connection when you thread it in to be established.
So what you're saying is that there's no powder coating on the threading?
There is no powder coating on any of the threadings in the thing, and when you turn the nuts in there, it makes that connection.
Right.
Same is existing on the leads that are bonded inside any of the luminaires.
Right. Now, so what you are saying is that the bonding, the surface that you are saying is bonded from one part of from the bolt to the rest of the luminaire to provide that continuity occurs in the threading. Is that what you're suggesting?
It occurs in the threading in all of the bonding positions because it's an established point for the bonding to take place.
Seems like a very narrow area in which to establish bonding because corrosion can occur, not so?
No. Corrosion cannot occur.
So corrosion cannot occur on an exposed surface that is not powder coated?
The surface is sealed when the bolt is bolted onto it. There's nothing exposed to the elements because the bolt covers the remainder of what is existing.
But you just told me a little while ago, Mr. Mohammed, that this is out in the rain.
No, the bolt is on the inside. So if you look back at the picture where the bolt screws in to the enclosure from the spigot, it's inside. It's not outside.
I want to take a look at that again. That was not my understanding, and I don't think that is what was explained in the photographs. But I'm going to look at it. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, so if you watch it, you'll see that.
So let's go to 163 again. At the bottom of the page. So that bolt is not exposed to the element when
No,
it's completely.
so if you look at that bolt, right? That bolt, if you take it out, the part that it is screwed into is not exposed to the element.
So what you're saying is that no water can penetrate down into that
No,
that threading path. So
No.
let's go to installation methods. Since we're fighting over this, somebody could cross thread the screw, right?
no.
You can't cross thread the screw. Okay, I'll move on, Mr. Mohammed, because we're obviously not getting anywhere with that. Now, I'm also putting it to you, Mr. Mohammed. You said in your cross-examination, actually, I'm not going to go there because that is supposed to be excluded. Now, Mr. I'm just going to check my notes, please, ma'am. Just have a few more things to ask. Now, Mr. Mohammed, you're retired now, so you're consulting for Cephei Energy now. Is that correct?
I was contacted by Cephei Energy to review what they submitted and see whether it is a valid claim. And in doing so, I realized that what the commission did in disqualifying this tenderer was incorrect. And that is why I am here today.
Right.
Other than that, I operate a business at my home.
And you were first contacted after the challenge proceedings were started, or did you have a role in this tender before the challenge proceedings were started?
So I'm not sure what you're trying to ask there.
You know when the challenge proceedings were filed. They were filed on the 5th of December.
Yes?
Did you have an involvement in the preparation of the tender before the 5th of December 2025?
Right. So the tenderer, Cephei Energy, I had no part involved with them. I was never even associated with their local representative in preparing this tender. I have no input, no involvement with this tenderer prior to they asking me for this consultancy associated with the letter that was given to them on the standstill letter.
Okay. Now, this one. I have no further questions, please, for the witness, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalicharat. Any re-examination by Ms. Kadu?
Morning. Mr. Mohammed, just to be clear, the reason provided in the notice of decision on November 27, the letter received by Cephei Energy LLC spoke to a visual inspection and failing at that point. Do you recall?
Yes?
And at all times, you are of the view that this sample was a sufficient sample to have passed the visual inspection.
Yes?
and that the reasoning provided, well, you can just confirm your feedback on the reasoning provided.
Right, so the reason that they provided is inadequate. It was not proper. In my view, the interpretation of the clause was wrongfully done because clause 3.2 has nothing to do with the external spigot that's connected. It has to do only with the enclosure.
So is it to say that the spigot is referred to in the tender specifications at a different point?
That is correct. The spigot is referred to in the tender specification in 3.20, 3.21.
And you are of the view that the visual inspection ought to have passed?
That is correct. The visual inspection ought to have passed because the reason for the failure is not applicable.
All right. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. The representative from Kaylex, do you have any questions for Mr. Mohammed?
No, I understand.
Thank you. We check the panel as
Yeah,
the
I do.
questions. Please, Mr. Mohammed.
Ms. Mohammed, I want to go back to your days in TNTech in terms of when you said you developed that specification. Are you aware or did you also develop any supporting documentation for like guidelines for the staff in terms of the definition of terms, evaluation approach, installation, maintenance required? Are there supporting documents to that specification for the operation of the commission?
Right, so there was no need to do that because the luminaires come with an installation guide. In addition to that, wiring diagrams are part of the requirements. So once a tenderer submits a document and they provide the wiring diagrams, the commission employees have been trained and they can do the installation without any further documentation that is necessary because it's a simple installation. And that is part of their training as linesmen in the commission. So
Okay,
our training department does that sort of training to facilitate linesmen being familiar how to do a streetlight installation.
And to what extent would you define the maintenance required of luminaire, of streetlights? Is that a regular process? How often? What is the procedure adopted by the commission?
Right, so from time to time, you will have a situation where the streetlight will go out. And there may be for a number of reasons. One, there may be a fuse inside the enclosure that may have blown. So one is required to open the enclosure and then go into there to do the repairs. So if it is when you open the enclosure, there's a live wire that arcs off inside of there on the cover is bonded and therefore the arc will expose the painting and the direct metal will cause the fault current to go through the neutral or other parts to the ground and therefore protect the linesman working in the repair of the street light. So that is what is necessary. In addition to that, the linesmen working in the street light are required to wear LV protective gloves that is designed to provide them a level of insulation, even if there's a live wire in there.
Okay, so the other question I had for you, your test results.
Yes.
Would you be able to provide a copy of the readings of that test result and did they pass a particular standard?
Yes. So the test results are acceptable. The information there can be provided.
Okay, so you mentioned that you would have passed it by a visual inspection. if it were not from a visual inspection, what would be your next step? Because let me hear what you, because there are requirements in the tender where they were asked to submit conformance specifications, previous tests of their installation, not necessarily as provided to the commission. Would those support the performance requirements of the luminaire?
Right. So, if I understand you clearly, the question is, will the information, can you repeat the question?
Okay, so if you on a visual inspection and
Yes.
you were evaluating and you did not think it passed the visual inspection, what would be your next step?
Right. So if it didn't pass the visual inspection to confirm whether or not it is continuity or not, I will then have to test it. So I will then, to make sure that I am not disqualifying somebody incorrectly, I will do a test. I will connect it, do a test to ensure that it is continuous and the bond exists before I say no from the visual and remove it totally off the evaluation.
That's not there in there. They stated in evaluation criteria that that's what would happen. Right, that it was stated that if it did not pass the visual test. But I wanted to go through to the for example, are you aware if Cephei had to propose an alternative standard, or was that necessary?
No, the information provided in the specification as it's outlined and it's specific will not require a modification to say if you have an external spigot, it should have a separate bonding conductor because it will cause a defect in there. You can have another exposed conductor going between the metal pipe, and therefore that is not possible because remember, the spigot has a metal pipe coming into it, and therefore that metal pipe can make contact if you try to bring any conductor on the outside to bond onto that spigot. So it is not a possibility that you can do that.
So does the Cephei possess any certification to the effect that design and manufacture is carried out in compliance with internationally recognized standards cited in the supplier's tender? Was that certification provided by Cephei?
Right. So I did not go through the client tender submission, and I have never seen where in any tender that I have been in while I was working TNTech, that was part of a requirement to ensure that some safety body would have reviewed and provide a certificate for safety associated with the luminaires. Right? I know, however, that a similar attachable spigot was provided to the commission and the commission accepted it in a previous tender sometime in the past. And this issue of urgent didn't occur.
So the mandatory requirements required that Cephei provide routine conformance, construction test reports, and design type test certificates for previously produced batch. And did those tests or conformance reports demonstrate conformance?
Right. So yes, it would. And if it is that the tenderer didn't supply it, there is a clause in the specification that says the commission can request the testing for a particular item in your streetlight submission upon request. So that is something the commission has a clause in there that they can request additional information if when they look at it and they see, hey, it doesn't seem to be right, I need to get some more information. There's a clause that says you can apply and ask the client to provide you the test data and the additional information to make sure the standards and the safety are met, or the light levels, whatever it is, are met.
And so my final question to you is, are you aware if Cephei has supplied their luminaire to TNTech any parts? Did they commission any parts? Are they a parts supplier?
Right. So, even though I am retired, it's not recent, it's not very long, it's only 1 year. And I am familiar with most of what has happened in street lighting. I am a streetlight professional. I have followed it throughout, and no Cephei Energy have never won a tender and provided streetlights for the commission. However, Electrovalve would have won a tender previously that provided a streetlight of a similar design with a bolt-in arrangement for a separate spigot onto the enclosure. And the commission has that on their system.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kalsik, and Reverend Joy Abdul who has the questions as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just have a general question for you, Mr. Mohammed. And I think the other panelists asked quite a few there already. But apart from the clause 3.2 requirement, were there any other specifications identified by the respondent that the applicant did not meet?
From my recollection, looking at the standstill letter, no, that was the only item identified.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. You are relieved now. Oh, sorry, any re-examinations? Tadu?
No, please.
Thank you. Right. So that is the end of your course examination. At this juncture, we'll perhaps take a short break, about 10 minutes, and then we resume with the respondents' witnesses. So you could take a break until 11:40. So it's about 30 minutes.
Grateful, please.
See you at 11:40. Thanks, everyone. Good morning again. We should wait on Ms. Adu. With her screen on. Thank you very much for
Yes.
that.
Hi, good morning again.
Thank you. I actually should have asked you to close your case before we left. Yeah.
It's fine. In that regard, I kindly seek at this juncture to close the applicant's case.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Kalichira, I call your first witness.
Yes, ma'am. Our first witness is Saida Hussein. Ms. Cummins will make arrangement with her to join now.
And ensure that all the other witnesses are off, right? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Love me, sir.
May I proceed, ma'am?
Yes. Yes. We just need to do the oath first.
Good day, Ms. Hussein. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Saida Hussein,
Solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hussein. Mr. Kalichara, I will now lead you.
Ms. Hussein, you provided a witness statement for the purpose of these proceedings, yes?
Yes, I did.
And that witness statement is dated the 19th of December 2025.
Yes,
And you say that the contents of that statement are true and correct.
that's correct.
Ma'am, I turn over the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kadu, your witness for cross.
Good morning, Ms. Hussein.
Hi, good morning. One question. Do I need to show the panel the room?
That will be good, thanks. Thank you very much, Ms. Hussein.
You're welcome.
Good morning again. Ms. Hussein, can you please describe your experience in the public lighting department?
So I've entered the public lighting department in 2014 as a technical assistant 3. That's really just an engineer, electrical engineer, and I was in charge of the construction section at that point in time, which in that aspect we do the installation of street lighting for new projects. So any new street light installation project that we get, that's the planning and execution and procurement. And in 2016, I believe. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. I sincerely apologize.
Sure. You can continue. You were speaking about your experience as an engineer.
Right. So I would have held that position until 2016. In 2016, I was promoted to technical assistant 2, which is also an electrical engineer, but at a higher level. And at that point in time, I would have been assigned to recreation grounds and maintenance. Same concept, different types of applications for recreation grounds would be floodlight installations, plus, well, any maintenance that goes with the ground, and then regular streetlight repairs. At that point in time, I would have held that position until 2019, and then I would have been promoted to technical assistant 1, also electrical engineer. And at that point in time, I would have held that position until present. I would have been in charge of utilization and planning, mainly in the planning section where we do tender evaluations and procurement via the RFQ process. And in the utilization section is just designs and estimates for new installation, both street lighting and flood lighting.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. And in terms of your supervision, if you were to view or make an assessment on evaluation, who is supervising that assessment?
My senior engineer.
So all decisions that you make go through to someone else and are approved?
That's correct, yes.
Do you recall the tender that would have been entered in by Cephei Engineering LLC, well, APS?
Yes.
And do you recall making a visual inspection of that tender?
Yes.
Can you describe why you failed it on a visual inspection?
So during visual inspection, we will inspect all the components within the luminaire, and also within the visual inspection, do the continuity checks was required using the multimeter. The entire fixture is made up of the lighting component plus the spigot. And in our specification, it says all parts of the metal enclosure must be bonded to the incoming grounding from the wiring, right? So the spigot, when assembled
just one moment. I don't want to lose this point because you said something there that I find very interesting. You said that you conducted a visual inspection, but you also used the multimeter to test it?
Yes.
But then that is not a visual inspection because then you would have conducted testing after the fact.
The testing, the continuity check testing is done at that stage.
Now, what do you understand by the word visual?
Visual is identifying the components of the light, and one of the components is to look at the grounding of the light. So in doing that inspection, while we call it visual inspection, we still use the multimeter to do a continuity check to ensure that the grounding is sound.
I would put it to you at this stage that that is not a visual inspection. That conducting any testing after the fact means that you've moved beyond the visual inspection. And I would like to refer to your statement. Let's see. At page 3, you have outlined the stages. So
Okay,
can you please? Yes.
the question that you put to her, did you allow her to answer it?
Oh,
I don't
yes,
think I heard
sorry.
an answer.
I put it to
Did you
you.
say?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
You
So
have to
in
repeat it, Ms. Khan.
yes, I put it to you that what you've just mentioned by using the multimeter to conduct testing meant that you moved beyond the visual inspection, and therefore a visual inspection alone was not conducted.
I would have to say that yes, a visual inspection was done. And if you want to say that the continuity check don't fall under the visual inspection, it still falls under testing of the sample. So
Right. So we could agree on that it falls under testing, but it is certainly not a visual inspection. I might prefer if the IT support may be willing to assist me on turning to page 3 of the statement of Saida Hussein.
1 minute. Ms. Khan,
Yes.
going forward, just allow her to answer, because you mentioned that we could agree, but she also didn't give an answer there. So I don't know if you want to answer for that as well.
Mr. Hussain, if you might just respond to the last comment I would have made.
And Mr.
That-
Kalituran, could you do your mic, please?
That while we would have conducted a visual inspection, the continuity check being done on the light is also part of testing of the samples.
Can I ask when you would have conducted the continuity check?
At stage 2.
At stage 2. Now, that would have been part of the report, the evaluation report that was submitted.
The continuity check or the visual inspection or both?
So the continuity check specifically.
So the continuity check is not part of the assessment write-up. What is part of the assessment write-up is the confirmation that the enclosure is grounded. To confirm that is grounded, we conduct the continuity check.
So let me just understand. You're saying that the write-up refers to the visual inspection, but no write-up is given for the continuity check that was performed after.
The write-up confirms whether or not the grounding is present in the luminaire. To confirm it, we do a continuity check.
Now, clarify for my own edification, a visual inspection is by sight, as in you're looking at the item, the sample, and seeing whether or not it's satisfying the purpose or the requirements from that stage.
Yes, you're right.
So a continuity check is a separate item that is in addition or beyond a visual inspection.
We still term it under visual inspection because really and truly, you're using the multimeter and you're doing a continuity check, which you are actually witnessing with your eyes. So we still term it under visual inspection.
So you are terming a site and a testing check as the same, as one and the same, yet the write-up for the continuity check was not part of the report?
The continuity check, right, so the confirmation of the grounding is part of the report. In order to confirm the grounding is present is to conduct the continuity check.
Now, why did you feel the need to test for the continuity if you failed on a visual inspection?
All our samples are tested with continuity to ensure that the ground is present. So all would have gone through the same testing.
Can that report be made available?
I can't say if that is allowed.
Ma'am, I don't think that's a proper question for the witness. I mean, if my friend wanted to make an application, she can make an application, but that's not a question for the witness.
So just to clarify, I may have asked this earlier, but I just want to confirm in my mind, is it part of the evaluation report that was submitted?
The confirmation of the grounding being present is part of the technical evaluation report.
All right. Just one moment, please. Now, at paragraph 9 of your statements, you said that the Commission specification does not provide a definition of enclosure. Now, can you describe an enclosure to us?
The entire fixture that is required to be mounted on the Commission's stem/bracket is what we will call the enclosure.
And the stem/bracket, would you refer to it as a spigot?
No, the Commission stem/bracket is not a spigot. That is what is accommodating the luminaire onto the system.
So would you say that a spigot forms part of the accommodation onto the system?
I would say the spigot is part of the luminaire, and the luminaire is what we are evaluating.
Right, I can agree with you on that. But I would not agree to say that it is part of the enclosure. Yep.
I disagree. It is part of the enclosure.
Now, you referred to a standard BSEN 60529. Can you locate it on your witness statement?
In paragraph 9?
Yes.
I'm looking at it right now.
Right. Can you tell us a little bit about what the statement is said, or the standard is said to describe?
This standard is just describing the IP rating of the luminaire where it is stating our requirements for ingress of foreign objects, whether it be dust, particles, water, moisture, those kind of things. So it really just defines the what the protection of these elements are for the luminaire.
For the luminaire or the enclosure?
Well, in my case, the luminaire and the enclosure is the same thing.
No, I see that you're making that case, but what is the IP protection code on the spigot?
I did not find one when I was reviewing the documents from the
However,
tender.
thank you. However, there is an IP protection on the enclosure.
There is an IP rating for the entire, well, for the section that is that the electrical and lighting compartment. I don't know how you want to refer to it on your side, but we call it just the lighting part.
All right, thank you so much. I think I see what, at least in terms of defining it, the concern there. Of course, I put it to you that the enclosure is essentially a closed off area that would have ingress protection code and is a separate item to the spigot.
And I disagree because our requirements would have the luminaire with the IP rating of the IP65. So the luminaire would be the entire fixture, which is inclusive of the spigot.
And to agree with that part, I do agree that the luminaire includes the enclosure and the spigot. But I put it to you that the reason that the spigot will not be considered part of the enclosure is directly tied to the fact that it will never have an IP code or an ingress protection code because it's a separate item that is tested separately.
Well, then there's another item that they will fail on.
Now, I take that comment and I would like you to expand on it a little bit.
If it is, we are asking, so can I go to the spec and read the spec for the IP rating?
Certainly.
Yes?
Yes, Ms. Kalu? You want us to
just-
you like us to put it on the
If you could specify the tender specifications, what you're looking for?
No,
The
just like how we were talking about clause 3.2, which talk about the metal parts of the enclosure being grounded. There's also a clause that talks about the IP rating.
What's one movement and we project it on the screen?
That will be clause 3.17.
Yes, Ms. Mohammed, I see that the technical specification is on the screen, and I can see paragraph 3.17, which states that the luminaire shall be effectively protected against the ingress of dust and water with the following minimum IP ratings. And
Right.
yes, if you can, just give me some feedback on what you meant.
So we both agree that the luminaire is a combination of everything inclusive of the spigot.
Yes, indeed.
Right. So then the spigot must also follow this clause.
Now, we don't have a difficulty there. in terms of the luminaire being an entire item that will be effectively protected against ingress and dust and water. But I put it to you that specifically the spigot would not have this IP rating.
So what you're telling me is that the spigot is going to fail an IP rating?
So let's just be both clear. You're seeing at 3.17, there's an IP65 for the optics and IP54 for electrical component compartment. Can you describe what the optics include and what the electrical component compartment must include?
The optics is a compartment with the LED chips. That's the light part of the fixture. And the electrical compartment is the compartment that houses the driver and protection and whatnot. So while we would have said 65 for optics and 54 for electrical components, compartment, the usual electrical component compartment incorporates the spigot. So when we evaluate this light, it is, well, the entire luminaire must have these IP ratings, and if everything is in one compartment, then it should be IP65. So the luminaire is being evaluated for IP rating 65, and the luminaire in this case is the entire fixture assembled. And that is why we are saying that the enclosure is the entire luminaire.
So I agree with you up until a certain point, because I can see it here, and the entire tribunal can see it, that according to this tender specification, the IP rating is only related to the optics and the electrical component. Now, you have just described what those two items are, and at no point in time would the spigot form part of it, because the optics and the electrical components are meant to be protected, as it says here, from dust and water and all these elements. The spigot itself, and this is what I put to you, is an outer hardware item that is meant to be a protection to the luminaire and be able to have that connection. It will never have this IP rating, and it's precisely for that reason. Yes, sorry. Let me give you an opportunity to respond.
Yes.
Right. So the spigot is part of the luminaire, and yes, the spigot does have a section that we can enter the rhino cable through to give it protection. It's called a compression gland and offer the IP rating that you're suggesting. Not all luminaires are constructed alike. So we are saying that the luminaire incorporates the entire fixture, and the metal enclosure is the entire fixture. And all parts of the metal enclosure for the entire fixture must be bonded, because that's a requirement of our specification.
Okay, so Ms. Cadby, before you proceed, I know cross-examination is at large, but some of the stuff you can actually say for submissions. Right? You can put your case, but
Certainly, I am guided by that, please. Ms. Hussein, can you specifically identify where the spigot would be included in terms of IP protection?
As part of the luminaire, we would have said the luminaire shall be effectively. And at the bottom it says, once everything is in one compartment, the entire luminaire shall be rated at IP65, the entire luminaire.
Now, I put it to you that what you just said and what is on this tender specification are two different things. You just said that the IP rating would be 65 for the entire luminaire, when in fact there are two ratings for two specific items, the optics at 65 and the electrical component compartments at 54.
Right,
so therefore the entire luminaire is not IP65.
And once they are all in one compartment, which in some cases the spigots are, the entire luminaire must be IP rated IP65.
I'm guided by the tribunal's comment, and I will save some of my comments for submissions in relation to that definition. I think these are all the questions I have at this point in time, but just confirm for me, Ms. Hussein, you said that your decisions are in fact supervised or approved when being made?
Yes, but in this particular instance, I was part of the evaluation team and I was the technical expert on it. So the evaluation was completed and entered into the assessment from the committee. I was a committee member, so did not go through that process.
So that is to say that your submission to the evaluation committee was the only technical submission rendered to make this decision.
That's correct.
So therefore, it was not a supervised submission.
No, but it didn't require a supervised position, evaluation because I was part of the committee that was doing the evaluation. So on a regular basis, we are not part of the committee when we do a technical evaluation. In this case, it was an exception.
Noted. All right. Thank you. Certainly. I have no further questions for this witness, please.
Thank you, Ms. Hussain. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, please.
Yes, any questions from the interested party? Okay, so we get some questions from.
Sorry about that. Just a quick question. In terms of you put the 3.17, the IP rating. I'm just asking, in the documents that were provided by Cephei, which are mandatory documents which you're supposed to have before you in their submission, was there any proof that through a laboratory or whatever that they had a IP rating?
The evaluation at the time was the reports were reviewed and the IP rating was, they had passed the IP rating.
Okay, and then it goes on. You went on to say about continuity, and you quoted BN 60. That is an IP rating.
One is not, sorry.
Continuity rating is what you were just saying. Is 60598, which is a BN standard. It is totally different from an IP rating. So how you can state a IP rating and not use the standard or a continuity rating?
Right, so we were talking about two things at that point in time. We were once talking about the visual inspection, where we were talking about the continuity checks, and then we were talking about the IP rating in another instance. There was two different topics.
I understand, but your statement there quoted the IP alone. They didn't have nothing about continuity rating and no standard.
Sorry, that was quoted to talk about the enclosure.
I understand, but that's my first question I asked was whether the applicant provided laboratory reports or whatever that it passed the IP.
Right,
that
and we
IP
spoke.
65 or greater.
Right, so we spoke about it, and we spoke about the IP rating in terms of the enclosure. So that's why that standard was quoted.
That is supposed to be the document to prove that their Luminaire passed the IP rating.
But that has nothing to do with the continuity check.
But that's it. You quoted the IP rating and you didn't quote a continuity test. And a continuity test does not deal with the IP rating.
Ma'am,
exactly. We're talking about two different things.
Ma'am,
you are talking about two different things.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Raghunan? Yes. Rahu, sorry. Mr. Kalicharan and Mr. Guevara have their hands up, right? Let me start with Mr. Guevara first. What was your concern, Mr. Guevara?
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Mrs.
No, you can't question. I thought you had to leave the room or something of the sort.
I have a comment then.
No. No. You can't comment on the cross. Your witness,
Okay.
not a representative. So, Mr. Kalicharan.
Yes, ma'am. The question that is being asked by the representative for Kaylex is a question that he continues to repeat over and over. He has gotten an answer. If he is dissatisfied with the answer, then he can make his point in submissions. But there's no utility to simply going over it over and over again.
Will do, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kalicharan. Mr. Raghu.
Yes, I hear Mr.
Good,
Kalicharan,
Right.
and I will make it in my submissions.
Thank you very much. Do you have other questions?
Another is time, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Ms. Hussain, we just have some questions from the panel now.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Ms. Hussain. The tender evaluation period lasted almost 6 months for 16 tenders. Is that unusually long, or is that a typical period? How could you say accounted for that?
That is a typical period because we have to go through the mandatory assessment is very time consuming. And then we have to go through the technical and then the commercial. So it's a typical period for evaluation.
And in your evaluation, did you make any requests for clarification from any of the tenants?
I cannot recall at this time, but when we do, it's a normal procedure to make requests for clarification through the regular process and make assessments based on that.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you to define two terms for me. So in clause 9 of the specific requirements, there's a set of technically compliant, what you define as that, and then in clause 3.17, effectively protected. I think that's in the on the schedule, on the Kaylex schedule.
So technically compliant means that they would have gone through the 3 stages of assessment, the technical assessment, and met all the mandatory requirements. That's
okay,
right?
and effectively protected.
Right. So effectively protected just means that they satisfy the requirement for the ingress protection for the luminaire.
So does effectively protected means 100%, you never get anything, and it does not account for maintenance? Is it that it must be 100% for a lifetime of the product? Or does it mean that it considers a level of protection assuming appropriate maintenance?
So in this case, effectively protected, no type of maintenance is going to improve the IP rating of a luminaire. So in this case, it has to be 100% effectively protected.
So what I have thought it. That's what I have thought. Reverend Joy, give me a minute. You can that's what I.
Just to give a little time there, two questions, and one is just to clarify something. You said that the spigot and the enclosure are one and the same thing.
Okay, right.
So the spigot attached to the lighting part of the luminaire, that entire fixture is what we call the enclosure. So it is the assembled luminaire, that is what we consider the enclosure. You cannot use one without the other.
Because I thought I heard you said the spigot and the enclosure are one and the same thing.
No, it's not one and the same thing, it's
thanks
just
for that
assembled into one. No problem.
Okay, and secondly, a question I asked before addressed to the respondent now. Apart from the clause 3.2 requirement, were there any other specifications identified by the respondent that the applicant did not meet?
No, 3.2 was the only requirement they did not meet at that stage. We did not go to the evaluation of the light for the uniformity ratio. So the third stage was not conducted because they didn't pass it. Yeah.
I recall now, sorry, I had a brief moment there. So you were asked earlier about what you define as a visual inspection, right? And I want to know whether visual inspection, did you also do a desk study? Because I think a visual inspection can also be supported by desk study, because there were a number of mandatory submissions that the tenderers were required, which would prove and support the verification of their conformance to the standards. Routine test reports, references of their performance with other suppliers. Did you assess those documents as well when you were doing, did that incorporate part of your visual inspection, or that, rather I should say that stage?
So the stage 1 is what will what you just described as stage 1. So stage 1 is where you go through all the technical assessment information to see if it is in alignment or in compliance with our specification, and then we move to the visual.
So the information that you get from that, does it inform or allow you to question the failure on 1 out of 23 criteria? There are 1 out of 23 criteria that's why I asked if there was some kind of request for clarification that 1 out of 23 criteria. Does that, I mean, I know shall means mandatory, so it must pass all 23, but to validate your visual inspection.
Right. So if I'm interpreting the question correct, is you're asking me if I would have done any clarification if they fail a visual. Is that what you're asking me?
So 1 out of 23 criteria from a visual inspection, you are deeming as failing. But there are other documentation which you would have had. So stage 1, I assume, is just a checklist that you see that they have submitted, right? But if stage 1 is that you reviewed it and you assessed it and you saw that they were conformance with your specs, so it passed, that they do have previous batches or supplies where they were accepted and performed, did that trigger in your mind to ask a request for clarification or to assess further 1 out of 25 criteria? What's the missing puzzle there?
Right. So there are certain things that you will ask for clarification if it's not clear when you're doing the inspection. In this case, it was not that. It was clear that the spigot was not grounded. So there was no need to ask for clarification.
Yeah, that's any reevaluation, Mr. Kalichar?
Ms. Hussein, the purpose of grounding is to perform a public safety. It is for the purpose of public safety. It's one of the main things, yes?
Yes.
And therefore its importance to the specification as a matter of public safety is a matter of high priority, yes?
Yes.
No further questions, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Hussein. You are relieved.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Mr. Kalicharan, you may call your second witness.
Ma'am, our second witness is Ravi Ramsaram. Ms. Cummins will make arrangements for him to join now.
So, just as a reminder, Mr. Guevara, as a witness, and all other witnesses, you're not allowed to cross-examine the parties. The representatives will do that on behalf of the various parties. Afternoon, Mr. Absaran.
Good afternoon, all.
Okay, we are hearing you not too clearly.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Any improvement?
Yes. Right. So the hearing secretary will read out the oath for you, and then you would be led in with your evidence by Mr. Kalicharan. So listen up for the oath.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Afternoon.
Absaran. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ravi Ramsaran,
Solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Mr. Kalicharan, proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Ramsaran. Could you just state your position for the purpose of the record at TNTech?
Right. Good afternoon, all. Right. So, my substantive position is assistant area manager, but right now I'm acting public lighting department manager.
Right. And Mr. Ramsaran, you would have given a witness statement in these proceedings on the 19th of December, 2025, yes?
That's correct.
And you say that the contents of that statement are true and correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Ramsaran, sorry, Mr. Kalicharan. Mr. Ramsaran, we are not hearing you. For the purpose of the recording, you would need to get some more volume on your end.
Okay, noted.
It's still soft. So I can hear you very faint, but I need to get some more volume so it can be recorded.
Well, I guess I just have to speak a little louder. So, you hear me now?
A lot better. So you need to speak up and face the camera. Mr. Ramsaran,
Hi, yes.
are there other parties in the room?
No, I'm alone in the room.
Okay. As soon as you're finished, before your cross-examination, show us you, right?
I turn the witness over for cross-examination now.
Oh, okay, you're finished. Okay, so Mr. Ramsaran, before you start, could you just give us a visual of the room?
Sure.
Thank you very much. So you just need to speak up and speak into the camera. Get as close as, into the microphone.
Okay, noted.
Ms. Kadu has some questions for you.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Ramsaran. Tell me a little bit about your role at TNTech and your experience.
All right, good afternoon. I am an electrical engineer by training.
You need to raise your voice, sir.
Right, I'm an electrical engineer by training. I have a degree in electrical engineering. I have been employed with TNTech for about approximately 25 years and have progressed through the organization as an engineer, as a senior engineer, assistant area manager, and we're now acting manager. So I have experience with high voltage, low voltage, street lighting, and my present duties right now include managing the public lighting department and managing the engineers to achieve the commission's goals. So that's my my duties in a nutshell.
Perfect. And just to kind of clarify what we're talking about here, is the spigot and the enclosure the same thing?
Is the spigot and the enclosure the same thing? Well, the spigot could be, in many instances, the spigot is part of the enclosure, there are some instances where the spigot is attached to the enclosure, electrically becomes the same with the enclosure, once there's
Yes.
proper bonding, yes.
Upon attachment. Now, are you saying that the spigot and the luminaire would be considered one and the same?
The spigot and the luminaire, yes, in many instances they are the same. The luminaire, the spigot forms part of, when it's attached, most instances it is a part of the luminaire, physically attached or inside the encasement, and sometimes it is to be attached to the luminaire. So, yes, it would be considered to be a part of it.
Part of the luminaire. Now, the enclosure itself, where the electrical components are kept, that would not be considered part of the spigot itself. Those are two separate components.
Yeah, the spigot is for attachment purposes. So the inside the electrical apparatus inside of the luminaire, that is that'll be different from the spigot. Is a different component.
Understood. And would the spigot have an IP rating by any chance?
Not I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And how would the spigot usually be connected to the enclosure?
Well, again, there are various ways this could be done. Some brands have the spigot inside of the enclosure where the stem is inserted and it bolted on. Some of the brands have the spigot attached, like physically attached to the body of the luminaire, and some have it is bolted on as a totally separate item, bolted on to the luminaire.
Understood. And would you be able to say that there's any difference in terms of how that is done, whether the spigot is enclosed as part of the luminaire or attached as a separate add-on on the outer end? Does it make a difference?
Well, mechanically, it would not make a difference, because that is the purpose of the spigot is for the attachment and the mechanical attachment. So whether it's whether the spigot is to be bolted on or part of the enclosure or attached via some sort of welding or other means, the spigot, the functioning spigot remains the same, which is mechanical attachment.
Okay, all right. And in terms of the evaluations that are conducted at TNTech, would you have a chance to supervise or review any of those decisions made?
Not recently, no. I only started acting at PLD about 6 months ago, well, 5 to 6 months ago. So in my time here, no, I haven't been part of those evaluations or testing, no.
Okay, so were you able by any chance to see the evaluation conducted that is relevant to this matter in terms of Cephei Energy, APS?
What I've seen so far, what I've had sight of is the assessment report, and I've had sight of what I saw the video that was submitted, and I was brought up to date as to what checks were done. Yes.
Okay, not a problem. Just tell me a little bit. When someone is conducting an evaluation and they say that they're conducting a visual inspection, what does that contain, or what is considered?
Well, a visual inspection is one that is the same word in the definition, but really observing it to confirm that same is meet specifications. I mean, besides visual, there are other tests that have to be done, right? But visual more or less means to confirm all the components are present, the wiring is to code, correct colors used, all the components are present. That is more or less what visual.
So essentially, you're looking at it. Would you say that's correct?
The term visual
Yeah.
inspection, yes, to my knowledge, means looking at it, yes.
And at what stage do you perform any continuity checks?
Well, you would perform because we require certain parts of the luminaire to be bonded to each other, which would eventually be connected to ground. I'm not sure if that's, I heard something.
Mr. Guevara, could you mute your mic?
Can you mute it?
Mr. Guevara, could you mute your mic?
Right, sorry about that. The question was continuity checks.
Yes, at what stage in the process of evaluating a tender do you perform the continuity check? Continuity check, sorry.
Well, you would perform the continuity check when it is time to confirm that all the necessary wiring from one terminal, the terminal to where it's supposed to be grounded is continuous, and low zero resistance and because all these metal parts need to be grounded. Well, not all, but the ones that the casing with and the spigot which forms part of it needs to be grounded, bonded to each other, because eventually it'll be connected to ground using the commission's system, which is really the Rhino cable, which is connected to the system neutral, is brought into the metal enclosure, connected to ground, and so we need to perform continuity checks to ensure that same is bonded, so it'll be taken to ground when necessary.
Okay, all right. I note that there is a statement, or at least a paragraph in your statement, where you said that bolting is generally not considered sufficient bonding. Could you perhaps elaborate on that?
Right. So now, when we use bolts firstly, the bolting is really for mechanical strength, right? Since if there's metal on metal, there will be a level of electrical conductivity, right? But generally, it's not. It will depend on a nut and bolt connection for mechanical support to double as electrical bonding or electrical conductivity. You would have, for bonding, you would have to have a special either a crimp used or a special connection via be it solder or welding, some sort of sound electrical connection from one body to the next to say that they are bonded or grounded, right? It very well may be in certain circumstances that when you're using nut and bolts and you use the continuity tester, you will get continuity, but that is on day one of the installation. Nut and bolts are known to probably run slack. You have other issues coming in, like maybe it's rusting. You have a number of issues. Remember, these streetlights is not in a controlled environment where on day one you use nut and bolt, and every month you're in a factory or it's indoors and you're going to check it and you tighten it and you wire brush it and you make sure it's good. These things are left out in the open for years, not open, but left out for years unattended. And it's not part of our maintenance, and I guess no utility maintenance to go and check every street light every 6 months to make sure the nut and bolt still providing some kind of continuity or grounding. So
Right.
no, it's not nut and bolts are not generally considered adequate bonding mechanisms.
So if you use a nut and bolt as part of the luminaire to either bond or clamp any sort of object, would that be an issue?
No, you need a nut and bolt for mechanical strength.
Right. But you specifically are saying, in terms of continuity, you would not recommend nut and bolts attachment.
No, the nut and bolt is generally not used for bonding purposes.
Okay, so just kind of elaborate what you meant by bonding purposes.
So bonding is when one mass of metal or is connected to another mass via a piece of wire. And to achieve equipotential, it needs to have a sound electrical connection between them. And you need to specifically perform that bonding using approved methods, and the nut and bolt, while it may provide electrical continuity, it is not, you don't depend on the mechanical connection generally for electrical connection.
Okay, all right. So let me just get this clear. Would you say that a sample could fail on the premise that the wiring was attached or held into place by a nut and bolt?
If it is, a sample could be failed if, when upon examination and upon checks, if there's no proper bonding between components, it could fail the examination, it could fail the test, yes.
But I'm specifically asking where the nut and bolt is used on the wiring. So if just nut and bolt on the wiring, whether that would be sufficient.
If not, repeat, if nut and bolt on the wiring.
If the use of a nut and bolt is used to fasten wiring to any part of the luminaire in terms of the electrical components, is it to say that it is not necessarily a sufficient means of connection and can fail?
Well, remember, it's a couple of things, right? You have the electrical wiring, where you have control wires and signal wires, like with that carry voltage. The wires they can be fastened using nuts and bolts and lock washers. They can be fastened via crimps. So those items, you could use the nuts and bolts to achieve electrical continuity in those cases. So I don't know if that's what you're asking.
All right. I see that I have my friend's hand is up.
Yes, with the Kaylex. With the Kaylex, did I hear you?
So I was just hoping if we could take a 2 or 3 minute biological break just for me. I don't know if anybody else needs
Sure.
to.
We can wait. Yes.
Of course, yes.
Hi, sorry, I just want to mention one thing. I do note that everyone did take off their cameras, but I will specifically ask if Mr. Ramsran could keep his camera on. Thank you.
No?
No, I just wanted to make sure that the witness kept his camera on.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kaylex, you are ready to continue?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, Mr. Armstrong, let me just make sure everyone is back on and
Mr.
available.
Kaylex, can you just take your hand down so that we know next time if it's really a raise hand?
I'm trying to do that, for some reason it's not working.
Okay, sure, no problem. Once you're aware, you can continue, Ms. Kadu.
Yes, Mr. Ramsran, if I may, I would like to bring up the witness statement that you would have signed, and I would like to refer to page 24, which contains several images. No, sorry, not page 24 of the hearing document.
Statement.
Mr. Kaylex, can you also mute your mic?
Yes, Mr. Armstrong, are you able to see it? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Oh, sorry. Before we go to the images on page 24 of that statement, can I refer to paragraph 5? Paragraph 5 of the statement itself. I do apologize. I know that you stated there that bolting is generally not considered sufficient bonding, and
Yes.
that bolts alone may not be sufficient in all cases. So you recall making this statement,
That's correct.
and you agree that in all cases, as the mechanical connection can be compromised by various factors leading to high resistance, and you provided some reasoning.
That's correct.
Okay, and now I'd like to turn to page 24. So there is specifically reference number 716, supplier Jesco International LLC, manufacturer General Electric USA Current Lighting Solutions. That's the heading on that page. And there are several images of the tender that would have been given the award in this regard. Yes. Don't go too far. So it at the top of it says reference number 7/16. Yes. Oh. Right. Are you able to identify this specific luminaire?
I'm seeing on the screen.
Yes. So tell me a little bit about the bolts that are used at the end of this luminaire.
Right. I see when you're referring to this bigger part of the luminaire.
Yes.
All right. Well, those bolts are to when the stem is inserted, they use to tighten the clamp onto the bolt, onto the stem.
Okay. So to go back to your statement that bolting is not considered sufficient bonding, are you saying that it's acceptable here?
Right, so that spigot is internal. The bottom piece is actually a part of the metal enclosure. So in this case, we're not relying on any bolt to create electrical connection to ground. That
So
doesn't arise in this instance. The spigot itself is part of the metal case, which is connected to the system ground.
I put it to you in your earlier statement that you said that it made no real difference between whether or not the spigot was connected internally or externally.
No real difference. I don't recall. What do you mean real difference?
So you would have said earlier when we asked for the difference between whether it would have been bonded inside of the enclosure or outside of the enclosure, you did not state any material difference.
Ma'am, the witness should be, the recounting of the statement should be accurate. He said mechanically it made no difference. So if my friend is repeating what the witness has said, she has to do so accurately to be fair to the witness.
I mind it.
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Kalicharan on this. Do you have the exact with it? Or would you rely on what Mr. Kalicharan said?
I will rely on what Mr. Kulitran said in terms of it being mechanically bonded.
Yes.
No, mechanically bonded. Sorry, mechanically bonded is.
Sorry, just clarify.
Not really a term. Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer?
So if you can just clarify what you would have said.
Right. So with regard to the spigot, they could, as I said, for example, in the image as up right now, the spigot is internal to the enclosure, and the spigot attachment is electrically bonded, and the stem would come in there, and the bolts would use the bolts that you see would provide the mechanical attachment. The spigot is on the outside. The bolts attach the spigot to the enclosure, and the stem goes into the spigot, and you have your mechanical and reinforcement there. You don't rely on the bolts attaching the spigot to the enclosure. You don't rely on that for bonding. That is what I said. That's for mechanical strength.
Understood. And would you say that this clamp is a separate component?
The clamp, which clamp are you referring to?
Let's look at figure 33, which is on the following page. So you'd see figure 33 showing entry of supply cable where grommet is not required for the luminaire.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes, the clamp that is used, you're seeing two bolts and a
Yes.
metal. Well, I'm referring to this piece of metal as the clamp. Do you have a specific wording you would refer it to?
Well, clamp is all right. You could use it with clamp.
Yes. Would you say that's a separate component?
The bolts you're talking about?
The clamp.
The clamp. Right. So it is separate because it opens out, right? This is the part you're talking about, right? The part that opens out, right? So that electrically that'll be a separate component. It needs to be connected to the other side, other part of the luminaire. Yes.
Okay. All right. Once we understand that it is a separate component, but in this instance, it didn't need to be bonded or anything like that.
Well, the both halves are connected via a bonding wire.
Mm-hmm. Is it?
Yeah. Yes, I
Okay.
would.
Just elaborate on where the bonding wire is. I just want to be clear.
We had submitted some drawings this morning. If you look at those depictions, it
Okay,
is
okay, but specifically on this picture, is there a bonding wire that is attached to the clamp?
if you could, what you're calling the clamp, but I just want to verify that. I just want to, I'm not being difficult. I
Right,
just
so
want
you
to verify
have two
what
bolts and there's a piece of metal that is connecting the bolts on either end together. That is what I'm referring to as the clamp, this little piece of metal.
All right, and you're asking me what if that is bonded?
Yes, you said something about bonding wire. I was asking you whether you're referring to this.
No, well, that clamp, the bottom of it is a part of the internals, the whole luminaire, the what you call the metal encasement.
So to be
So
clear, did you not, no, this is just me clarifying. Did you not earlier say that the clamp is separate?
I'm not sure which
Separate,
clamp.
you said that it was a separate component.
That's what you mean when the spigot is outside.
No. We had a discussion about
Right, the
this
two halves.
specific
I talk about two halves that, like when you open the street light. Right, if you open out the street light, you have the top part and the bottom part. Those need to be bonded together. That's what that was what you were asking me about. This
No, I
clamp
think,
itself. Yeah.
but did we not establish that the clamp is a separate component? It's a separate piece.
In this case is not separate, is part of the whole installation at the bottom.
But it doesn't need to be bonded.
If it's part of the installation, you know, if it's the same metal enclosure, the same part of the metal, you don't have to, no need to bond it per se. It's part
Okay,
of it.
so
It's continuous.
all right, I think we've gotten a little bit as far as I could get with that point, and I would reserve the rest of my comments on that issue for submissions. But if you can you please describe the real difference between this specific luminaire that is said to have been awarded the tender, or intended to be awarded the tender, sorry, and the one that is in question right now?
I think that's unfortunately a very, very vague question in regard to the complexity of the variances in the tender submission. If my friend wants the witness to say what the differences are by reference to anything that he has personal knowledge of, it's going to be two books that you have to compare, two complete binders that you have to compare. I think it's unfortunately very, very vague question.
Not a problem. I could cooperate on that point. So I would note that this is the tender that is, well, specifically intending to be awarded. So I wanted to find out specifically why this one would pass and the other one didn't, but I take the point that it is too wide of a question to ask at this time.
Yes, that question is still too very wide. You may need to ask specifics if you want to address this point.
All right, just one moment, please. Okay, I think this is the extent of my questioning for this witness. I would perhaps put a cap on it at that point. Thank you so much, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr.
No
Kadu.
problem.
Ms. Kadu, sorry. Hold on, Mr. Ramsaran. Mr. Kalicharan, do you have any re-examination questions?
No, please, ma'am. No re-examination.
Thank you. The representative of Kaylex Enterprises, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, just one, the same figure we are looking at on figure 33. Could Mr. Ramswan show us or point us where is the bonding on this mechanical equipment?
All right. Well, I can't point anything from where, but as I indicated, the bottom there, the bottom of the where you're saying two bolts, the bottom of that is part of the internals of the metal enclosure. So that is where it is. If you want to use the term bonded, it is bonded to that at that point.
Yeah, but you said earlier that in the bonding there must be a wire come out wherever in the luminaire. That is a wire showing that it is bonded today. So
Yeah,
I'm only looking at a yellow piece of rhino or whatever. I'm not seeing any rounding close to there. And this is, you also claim that your bolting rod slapped at some time. And in my humble opinion, this mechanism is inside the enclosure, which includes all the electrical parts. So your bolts that may run slap might go into your electrical compartment and thus cause other damages.
Okay, Mr. Rahul,
Yes.
the opinions and so forth and your views, you could use that in your submission.
Okay, sure, but I just want
the
Mr. Ramsey to show me or tell me where the bonding is and use on this mechanical alarm.
Okay, so he did explain when the bonding was, so but you went on, and we assume it was a further question, but you went to
I
comment.
take back that statement. I just want Mr. Armstrong to show me where the bonding is on this mechanical.
So he explained that he answered that one already, correct, Mr. Armstrong?
Right, yeah. So as I explained, if you have two separate bodies, you would need the wire to bond one from one to the next. What I'm saying, it is part of the enclosure. So you wouldn't see a piece of wire per se bonding that to that. It is the same component.
So you would say there's continuity over there?
Yes, there's continuity there, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kalitira, you have any re-examination? I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Ramzaran, the piece, the connecting piece, which is referred to as the clamp, right? It exists both where you're seeing it there, but there's also a piece to the bottom, correct? It's a circular clamp from your recollection.
Yes.
It is, yes. And there's metal to metal contact between the clamp at the top and the clamp at the bottom.
Yes.
And that is something that occurs inside of the metal housing, correct?
That's correct.
And in that position, it is shielded because of the fact that you have an IP67, IP65 rating. It is shielded from water. It is shielded from dust, and to some extent shielded from vibration, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Based on the IP rating, that's correct, yes.
Okay. No further questions, please, ma'am.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ramsraj, just wait for, we have no questions from the panel.
So Mr. Ramchan, in your role as the manager of product utilities, what is the ratio of the fully enclosed luminaire compared to ones that are separately figured across the Commission's general supply? Do you have an understanding of?
I don't have like a specific figure for you because we have over 200,000 streetlights installed, but from what I've experienced in my career thus far is that the majority of streetlights that we have up, the spigot is like is either part of the luminaire or internal tint.
Okay. And do you know what type of poles this particular procurement, what type of poles it would be attached to?
This would be attached to all types of poles, concrete, steel. We have a few wood poles, so few and far in between, but possibly. So it could be attached to any type, yes.
So it wasn't procured for a specific area.
No, it was not. It's truly country.
So for general inventory, okay. So I want to take it to clause 3.22 of the specs, which refers to the luminaire shall meet 3G vibration as per ANSI, right? Is that vibration? I don't know the standard. Is that vibration, because a lot has been spoken about the risk of vibration separating. Is that vibration, once the bolts reach or the luminaire meets that spec, which includes the bolting, is that not designed to prevent an unacceptable separation?
Well, with the meeting, I was watching my computer screen when spec the luminaire shall meet 3G vibration as per ANSI C13631. So you're asking if the prevention of vibration would negate any bolts from backing out or becoming slack? That's the question.
Negate, but not negate, but result in an acceptable level to keep the luminaire functional.
Right. So the vibration, that's correct. It would once it meets the ANSI spec, it would not allow for any significant vibration on the streetlights, thereby ensuring or assisting the bolts from becoming loose or and the streetlights falling off the pole, that kind of item, yeah. So that is part of it. But I'm not sure if you're asking with respect to the spigot and the bolts, I'm not sure that's what you're asking about.
Yes. So does it matter if this spigot is internal or external? For that spec, you are trying to make sure both meet that spec.
No, right. So with respect to the vibration, if it is that when we conduct a test or a third party authorized third party conducts a test and it passes that or meets that requirement, that is separate apart from the issue which we're talking about, which is the electrical bonding.
So you said electrical bonding would be at risk if it separates and from risk, from corrosion, yes?
Well,
But if it
firstly,
is,
sorry.
no, you go ahead.
Right. So vibration and slackening bolts is just one aspect of why it is nuts and bolts shouldn't be relied on. A mechanical connection shouldn't be relied on to be an electrical connection. That is just one of the issues, yes. But
so is there another issue? I'm sorry, I understood that the reason why you didn't want to rely on it was because of the risk of it getting slackening or separating,
well,
and also corrosion.
That's one of the risks. That's one of the risks. I mean, you would even if you're performing the mechanical connection initially, you would need to be sure that the two surfaces are like bare metal and they touch each other with sufficient surface area, because remember, these things, when you bond something to earth, in the event of a fault, you need there to be a sufficient surface area as well, and integrity of connection to be able to take the fault to earth to dissipate safely, right? If it is that you could take two pieces of wire and touch it and get connectivity, but when a fault current flows through it, depending on the surface area, you could induce a high voltage at the point. So you need the proper bonding, the proper grounding to alleviate a dangerous situation. And you don't rely on a mechanical fastening to say, oh, okay, right, it doubles as electrical bonding and utilize that.
Oh, let me just clarify. So that particular spec is related to the physical connection that you're concerned about?
Which one? The vibration one?
The 3G vibration. And that level of vibration, what do you anticipate would be the damage of this location? What's the extent of it? If it goes above that vibration, or at least if it's kept below that vibration.
I don't expect any significant effect on the street light if it meets the spec.
So the bolts would be in place once it meets that spec, that vibration level. Once it can withstand that vibration level. It's only if it goes above that.
If it goes above that, if the bolts are not made properly upon installation, if you have other things coming into play, maybe you have a tropical storm, I don't know, something happens. Do you go do you go and fasten all the bolts in the country after a tropical storm? You know, there's a lot of issues that will arise.
All right. And just a clarification. The spec requires a hard coating on the luminaire, but that's not required of the bolts. Are the bolts also required to have a powder coating?
I'm not too sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, that would be. Yes. Thank you for discussing. No questions. Okay, so is there any re-examination? Mr. Kalitran?
No, please, ma'am.
So thank you very much. Sir, we are finished with your first examination. You are ready, Mr. Amsaran.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
And Ms. Carol, you can contact your third witness.
Third witness is Kala Mohan.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Kalitran.
We haven't had lunch, ma'am. I think that's the problem.
Well, we have one more witness we can go through.
Yeah.
Until the end. Or you need to take a break now? You can just do one.
I'm ready to go through.
I'm willing to power through as well, if you all are willing as well.
Yes, thank you very much. So we can be finished in a reasonable time today. So Ms. Mohan is available.
Ms. Kamal should be contacting her.
We see how early.
Yeah, I see Ms. Mohan is on now.
Right. So Ms. Mohan?
Hello.
Need to the camera, please. Good afternoon, Ms. Mohan. The hearing secretary will take you to the oath. Good afternoon. The hearing secretary will take you to the oath, and then Mr. Kalicharan will leave you in evidence. So listen up for the oath.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mohan. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kala Mohan,
Solemnly
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Mr.
All right.
Kalituran.
Hi, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Kalituran? What's the legal any preliminaries? Yeah, we're not hearing you, Mr. Kalituran.
Sorry, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Mohan, could you state your position for the purpose of the record? Position at TNTech.
My current position at TNTech is Senior Engineer at the Procurement and Supplies Department.
And you provided a witness statement in this matter on the 19th of December, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you say that the contents of that statement are true and correct, yes?
Yes.
I turn the witness over for cross-examination, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalu. Ms. Kalu, sorry.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Mohan. You would recall making a witness statement, and part of that witness statement, you indicated that you would have sent a letter via email dated November 14, 2025 to the applicant.
Yes.
And by what means was that sent?
That was an email sent from our tender's desk.
Yes. And it was bounced or it was not sent in any way because the email was not correct. Is that so?
Yes, upon investigation after we would have received the notice that the supplier did not receive that letter, when we checked our emails, we noticed that there was an email sent, an undelivered email.
So when the email was undelivered, what, if anything, happened?
At the time of, on the 14th of November, when it was sent, the undelivered email was not noticed, and that was only noticed at the time on the 27th of November, when the supplier would have written to our tender queries desk, and we would have looked at investigated why the email was not sent to them.
Are there any standards or procedures that are usually taken to perhaps draft or batch out these emails? In terms of transmission, is there any process that is undertaken?
So the emails are generally sent via the tenders there. So there's no other procedure in terms of written procedure then at that time, no.
Does anyone check to make sure that all proponents or all submissions were replied to, so that persons who would have submitted a tender would receive a response?
So in writing the emails, what we would ask is for verification of those emails to be from the suppliers.
So you ask for acknowledgements?
Acknowledgement of receipts.
And you said that from the email sent to P. Ramirez at cephei.energy.com, that no one noticed that it wasn't submitted, or at least that it did not have successful transmission.
Correct.
Who would usually be in charge of that, if anyone?
The section there's a supervisor for that section who would be responsible for overseeing those correspondence.
And you said that there's no real procedure after the fact, so it's simply their duty to just make sure that it's sent out.
Correct.
I put it to you that there was another email within the system of the respondent that could have been used to ensure that the email was transmitted.
I'm not aware of another email.
I don't think sufficient foundation has been laid for what my friend is putting to the witness.
Yes, so let me perhaps bring, if I can get the support, page 140 of the hearing bundle.
Oh, we put it up for you. 140, the hearing bundle.
Yes,
Correct.
let me see. Sorry, can we change to page 15? I do apologize. The statement is at 140.
One 150?
15, just 15. Yes, Ms. Mohan, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Are you able to identify that from the tender queries desk, sorry, that two email addresses would have been used to bring to the attention of Cephei Energy APS an inquiry as to whether or not they could have an extension of price validity?
Okay. This is tender query, so it's two separate functions. The correspondence for the standstill letter is sent from a totally different person function. It is so it's two different emails and person sending those correspondence.
I see. But are they within the same floor or the same building?
Yes, they're within the same building.
Okay. So I put it to you that this email address, at the very least, was held or at least in possession of the respondents at all reasonable times, at all relevant times, to ensure that this communication was transmitted at the appropriate time. I also...
I think it's always useful. I think it's always useful, ma'am, whenever you're dealing with lay people to explain what you mean by put. I think it's not something that's innately obvious to the
That's a problem.
that has to be responded to.
Yes, so I'm just stating the case of the applicants. You can simply agree or disagree or say okay.
Could you repeat the question?
So I'm putting it to you that a function email address was always in the possession of the respondents.
Okay.
So I'm saying that you had a function email to transmit this letter, and as of this email, October 23rd, it was within the system of the respondent. Whether or not it was a different type of system, it's still within the holdings of the respondent, basically.
Okay.
I would also put it to you.
Miss, hold on, just now.
Yes.
Miss Mohan? What's the
Yes.
response? Okay.
I said okay.
Well, we're not sure if okay means yes or no.
So again, I repeat. I just repeated. I'm just repeating myself because again, I'm saying the tender queries and the tender's desk are two separate functions. So the email, the functional email, would have not been in the possession of the tender's desk who sends out the standstill notice.
Okay,
For
okay.
that.
All right. And I also put it to you that this email, cephei@gmail.com, was part of the mandatory documents.
In terms of the tender submission,
Yes.
so if I recall correctly, in the tender submissions, the contact information provided was the P. Ramirez email address. I was specifically identified as the contact for this tender.
Okay, all right. And can we turn to page 22? If you can scroll down a little bit. Oh, just go to the other page, sorry. Okay. I'm just confirming that this is page 22 of the mandatory document. No, this is of the hearing bundle. Okay, I do apologize. I think it may be difficult to pull up that document at this point in time, so I will not make an issue of it. But just to be clear, when the email is given regarding seeking validity of a bid extension, what does that require, or at what stage has it reached?
This is still within the tender evaluation phase, so that will still be correspondence going from our tenders queries desk.
Okay, okay. All right. Thank you so much. That is the extent of my questions for this witness. And thank you, Ms. Mohan.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mohan. Any re-examination by Mr. Kalichara?
Ms. Mohan, so you said that there's a distinction between the T-queries desk, the T-queries email and the tender desk, right? And
yes.
Could you just explain a little bit more about the structure between the two departments? Which, at what point in time is the tenders desk engaged to issue the standstill letter? And at what point, if any, would the tenders desk make an inquiry of the T-queries staff as to whether there's any information that they need from them? Would that?
Generally, the tenders desk would rely on they are only engaged at the time of the notice after award to send correspondence to the suppliers. So that will be at the after evaluation. The tender has been now recommended and awarded, approved, the award approved internally to TNTech, and then the standstill, when you execute the standstill period, is when the tenders desk will now correspond with the suppliers of that particular who participated in that tender.
Okay, no further questions, Ms. Baum.
Thank you, please. Ms. Davagu?
Just one question, Ms. Mohan. Sometimes I make the mistake to send raw emails to raw addresses.
Mr. Raghu, I'm not hearing you.
I can hear you.
Sure, let me just
speak loudly.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay, I sometimes make the mistake sending emails to the wrong address, but within a 24-hour period, it will bounce back and show that the email wasn't delivered. Did that happen in this case? That it came back to one area, your tender's desk or your tender's queries desk, whoever desk responsible for sending this email out, would it not have come back to that person's computer that within 24 hours, hey, this email wasn't delivered?
So as I stated earlier, maybe you wouldn't have heard, but the there was an undelivered email received. However, at the time on the 14th of November when it was sent out, that was not noticed. Only when we did further investigations on the 27th of November, when the applicant would have reached out to via our tender queries desk, asking about the status of the tender, we would have then gone onto the system again to verify what had happened, because we were aware of sending all correspondence. And that is at that time was when we noticed that there was an undelivered email.
I fully hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that if you have someone behind a computer who is a clerk or whatever on his desk, and they're behind a computer and they send it from their machine, or would it not come back to their machine that or to the tender's desk group or the tender's query group? Hey, we have an undelivered message within 24 hours. Why until the 27th?
Mr. Raghu, the
Yeah.
question was answered. And though you said you had one question, the question was answered. The witness indicated it came. She didn't say it didn't come back. She didn't say it come back. It came back on the 27th. She said it came to their attention at that time.
Okay, noted.
Do you have any more questions?
No, noted.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if the panel has some questions, I believe.
Yeah. Ms. Juan, I saw you gave us your title within the commission, but what was your role in this project? You were not a member of the tender evaluation team, but what's your role?
So at the time the challenge proceeding was brought, I was then acting manager, right? So I would have been the one who would have received the application at the time and would have started the internal investigation as to what would have happened with the correspondence to the applicant.
So administratively, but not involved in the project management. Is there a project manager? Did the commission have a project manager assigned to this project?
I wouldn't say we have a project manager assigned to a procurement of this nature, no.
So manages the communication for the project. The project has a whole lifespan who has to ensure the documents are that they follow an implementation schedule, ensure that all your parties within even the commission getting the approval from your executive. Who manages that? It has to have had a project manager.
So I would say the overall manager for the procurement would be our HOD. Within the department, the different phases, there are supervisors for each phase. So at the evaluation, I am the supervisor who would review for at the evaluation phase of the tenders, and we'll have somebody for the contract management. We have a procurement officer who manages the project, the contract, the whole contract process. And then we also have someone the logistics person who would manage the logistics in terms of receiving the shipment, receiving custom clearance, and tracking of the from purchase order to delivery.
So there's no project manager, no coordination between the different phases of the project or the requirements. Effectively, that's what I'm hearing, that it moves from one department to the next but there's no continuity
it's
of the
within-
information or status of the project that moves along with it. Who ensures that that information is consistent? For example, when it moves from the tender queries to the tender's desk, there had to be a trail or for continuity to ensure communication is proper and full.
So I would say that we don't have a coordinator because there's a workflow for the department because it's one department and several sections. So there's a
Name.
Sorry.
Yes, so a project manager is a designated person who's responsible to ensure that project flow is carried out according to your plan. So there's no project manager, no designated name that you can identify.
Well, apart from the HOD in this case, because the HOD would then oversee the entire process in terms of the department workflow.
Okay, and I'll ask a similar question in terms of the commission's communication procedures. Even in sending out the standstill letter, do they also require an acknowledgement receipt? Even though it's a different desk.
So if it is mandatory for us to receive an acknowledgement of receipt
Is that a procedure? Is that a company procedure in terms of for your communication procedure that you understand to look for an acknowledged receipt? Because this is very critical. It has a strict time frame and you want to ensure that people are aware of that. So is there a procedure that has been designated that people look for that?
So I would say we do have but we do ask for acknowledgement of receipt. However, in terms of the follow-up, I cannot confirm at this time, no. I cannot confirm, no. In terms of that administration of the receipt, the acknowledgement.
Okay. And in your review of the whole communication process in terms of trying to understand why this email was amiss, did you get a sense of the number of emails that had been transmitted in this process, from the whole process?
During the standstill?
No, from the whole process, from the time of the request for tenders. I mean, if I'm looking to understand why this glitch occurred, I mean, I don't know if you would have, to what extent you would have tried to discover how did that occur. You know, how many emails had been previously sent to all the tenderers. What was the process? Were there any other complaints from other tenderers?
And
throughout that whole cycle, or is this the only complaint that occurred? Because you had from
this was the only complaint.
Was the only one, and so in looking at all right. So I got you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have one more question. The questions are perfect.
Yes, just Ms. Wan, can you confirm for me if JESCO is a regular supplier to TNTech?
So JESCO would have previously supplied the item to TNTech.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any re-examination, Mr. Kilichara?
No, please, ma'am.
Thank you kindly. Thank you, Ms. Mohan. That is the end of your cross-examination. You're relieved.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Mr. Kalicharan, is this the end of your closing your case?
It is, ma'am.
So thank you very much to the parties and the witnesses. Would you all like to make oral submissions and rely on your closing, or would you all like to make additional written submissions?
I would prefer the opportunity to make written submissions. I don't think we need to make them longer than perhaps about 8 or 9 pages.
Padu, would you like?
I would also please perhaps reduce it in writing. I do know that this is technical and I want to be very clear with what we're saying and what we're relying upon. So I would perhaps even be willing to just focus on written submissions alone.
So with that being said, unfortunately, the latest we can give you on is the 30th. By close of business on the 30th of December.
I would prefer it to be this year.
Yeah. Yes.
That's fine with me, ma'am.
So the directions would be for parties and Mr. Vedancia. Right, he's back on. You all are, and Mr. Ragu, you all are entitled to file as well. So all parties to file and serve written submissions on or before close of business on the 30th, sorry, of December 2025. And according to the statute, we are due to provide a decision by the 7th of January 2026. In addition to the submissions, you all can send the bundle of authorities as well. And there are some documents that were identified today, and there were undertakings to have them sent to the panel, including the rest of the
Evaluation report.
The evaluation report, as well as the first witness of the doctor's test results.
Yes. If it has not been sent, ma'am, I will speak to the client and have them try to get it in before the end of today. If I could have until tomorrow, I would appreciate that.
Well,
because
if we do it tomorrow, just can we get it by midday? Because we really have no access to the portal when we're not in office.
Right,
So we need it.
I'd ask for at least until midday tomorrow, please, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you very much. Until midday. Is there anything else anybody would like to raise before we close?
No, please. I'll just say all the best for the season to everyone.
Ma'am, there's one thing I didn't think about. The interested parties case, essentially, because of the fact that there's no witness statement, they're essentially limited to written brief at this point.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, just that clarification, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, we're not relying on we're not going to consider the interested parties' witness statements because they were not filed in time. But it was one witness statement. So yeah,
so I was wondering what the extent of their submission is going to be in the absence of evidence. Is it that there are going to now be a third view on the evidence, the existing evidence between the applicant and the respondent?
Yes, it's on the existing evidence. What came out today are the witness statements filed by the applicants and the respondent only.
I see. Okay.
Anything outside of that from the interested party, we would not consider.
Thank you.
Right.
Grateful, ma'am.
So, thank you very much to everyone. And as Ms. Kadu said, all the best for the season. And we would hopefully we'll be looking forward to reading the submissions on the Thursday after at the close of business and the other documents by midday tomorrow.
Sure.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Greetings to everyone. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.